Spanish people. And as the title of this stream indicates, there's no I in stream. But there is an I in igloo right at the front. So keep that in mind.
Is that somewhere you would like to live?
An igloo?
In an igloo, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't mind like spending one night in
One
an
night,
igloo, maybe.
yeah. For the experience,
That'd
right?
be interesting. Sure.
Yeah. That would make for good YouTube content too.
Right. Because then you can be like afterwards, well, that was fun, but I'm glad I don't live in there permanently.
Yeah. It is pretty crazy that well, the way that we're taught anyway is that native uh what northern native Alaskans lived in igloos. I'm sure they did in Canada. Inuits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Alec. Hi, Winston's mom. Thank you for liking my title. As soon as you're streaming, there is an I. Is there? Oh yeah, right. Well, because you're right. You're right. There is. What's your streaming? There is an I.
Hey, Alec T. Hey, Winston's mom.
I guess you'd call that the infinitive form. You could say present tense, active voice, intensive form, but I think it's fair to say stream, even without the two, is the infinitive form. Welcome to Talking with Spanish People. I am ready for an adventure of 1,000 lifetimes with you and all of you. No, I know, I know. Gerund, the ing form, is not. It's only a gerund actually if it's working as a noun. So the sentence is something like "streaming is fun," then it's a gerund. But the progressive form, as it's called, is the ing word. I'm saying just stream without the two in it in front of it is still technically called the infinitive form. That's the conclusion I drew. I'm not 100% sure about that. You'd be right if you called it present tense, active voice, intensive form.
Yeah, why are you on the counter?
He's gerund in disguise. Cat's coming back saying my brother's going to pick him up. You all look really bored. Drink some alcohol. I'm not really bored. Actually, I don't drink alcohol, but
You did take mushrooms.
I did take mushrooms. And if I did drink alcohol, well, I'm sure I'd already be drunk. Hello from Scotland. What's happening, guys? All well? All seems to be well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like I have probably like a resting bored face. Like, you know, like I'm not actually bored. Like I'm actually very happy that we're streaming right now. I'm in the mood to talk to people. I'm also in the mood to get stoned. I took a drink, half of my weed drink, because I don't want to pass out. And I'm gonna be smoking some of our homegrown weed too. Is this okay that I'm like flashing this around?
Of course.
Um,
Johan Holm, hello.
oh, stop it! I can't hear about Trump.
Yeah, I don't really want to hear about the news,
Why would he do
politics. I
that?
don't think he actually declared.
Is that true?
He can't declare war on Sweden because he's the president. Only Congress can declare war. But I don't want to talk about politics or current events at all. You got your appendix? removed when you were young?
Did you have your appendix removed?
I did in 5th grade. I mean, the president doesn't have the power to declare war. He may have, like, say, called, asked. He may be doing something you're metaphorically calling that, right? But, no, that's not literally true.
Rats demonstrate ability to replay episodic memories in complex experimental settings. Whew, that's interesting. I like any sort of news with rats, because I am a rat. Can I say I have like anxiety over what my enemy year might be? The thing is, like, the last enemy year that I had, like, it really wasn't terrible. Like, yeah, I was like single for most of it, and I think I was like stone cold sober.
How often do these years come around?
What?
How often do these years come around?
12.
Every 12 years?
Mm-hmm.
12 years ago, Jesus. Who knows what was going on?
I don't know. I just remember because it was 2014, and like I was like, oh no, it's year of the horse. Like bad things are gonna be happening to me. I remember I got a haircut, and I was very self-conscious about it. But like it really wasn't a bad year. I went to Bermuda with my mom and my dad. Like, like my love life was pretty non-existent. But it really wasn't that bad of a year. So I'm hoping that it's not that bad of a year this year.
Hello, Trot, and Jane. Nice to see you. And Dion Davis, hello. Nice to see you. It should be fine. I mean, that should be fine. And I take mushrooms like all the time, so it's not a super big deal or anything.
Who's the mushroom king?
If I have an adequate supply of them, I'd take them once a week.
Has it been a week?
Yeah.
Wow.
It has been a week. At least if I kept track of the days properly. I think I did. So.
Hi, Chia, Anja, Gian.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine on that one. So
Try.
we are from Diane Davis. Sorry to not respond to your question. We're from California.
Yes.
Smack dab in the middle of the state. And today was also kind of guaranteed to be a mushroom day because this is the very end of the Adderall bottle. I got one saved for tomorrow so that I can have a little energy for my typing session. Then comes the horrible realities of Sleepy Week, which should be called like terror and despair week. We're named accurately.
I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have to be there for you like you were there for me.
Well, thanks, darling.
Sure.
Dion, as in the singer, like Dion, like Celine Dion, or like Dionne Warwick,
Deion Sanders.
or Deion Sanders. Yeah. I guess Dion is a unisex name, huh?
I guess so. But not really.
Well, Deion Sanders is a boy, but
And Dionne Warwick
he's
is
a girl.
female, yeah. it's also a last name because Celine Dion. So it has three uses.
I don't understand how SI demon shows and INFJ and INTJ. Is
Okay,
that term
your
you mean?
best.
You mean eighth slot? Is that what that means?
I guess. I didn't know that it was a demon
I don't.
slot.
I don't know. We don't use those terms, but I'm not entirely sure. But I think that's either 7 or 8. I think 7 they call trickster. 788 is demon. How does SI demonstrate as eighth? Well, it's same with probably for everybody in their eighth slot function. It's the thorn in their side, their bugaboo, kind of at the root of all of their grand misunderstandings in life. So for INFJ or INTJ, that plays out as it doesn't matter how much you need to use subjective knowledge in order to understand something, you'll still try to understand it with objective knowledge. So, like, am I in a happy relationship? That requires you to look at the actual data of your relationship or something. You can't know it by looking to outside things like what does a happy relationship look like and then try to meet those check boxes, right?
I do that. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's eighth slot SI. But that's eighth slot SI with FI6. So with FI third, it's going to play out a little differently in that specific example, maybe. But the point is, there are other things where you need to look at your own data from experience to correctly calculate things about them or know, either to come to a correct determination of something or to know it correctly. And when that when that happens, then you're still going to try to look to externalities as indicators of what something's value is. You could say that they struggle with the tried and true, but I don't necessarily think that's the case. Um, I think we all rely on stuff that is quote unquote tried and true without us thinking about it at all until it provides a problem.
Like, I really doubt uh, astrology, but if I had a reading that, and I have had a reading, I did have a reading that told me that Eric and my relationship would not really benefit me unless I'm looking for a totally traditional relationship. Um, Basically saying that he's like the cream of the crop and I'm a dime a dozen.
I guess when you said tried and true, I wasn't thinking of it as it's like obviously if you just mean like that traditional stuff's important to them. Well, that kind of thing is hard to measure because like this past Christmas, I think it was at least as important to Rachel as me
Yeah.
that we do Christmas stuff.
Yeah, it really was.
But I'm not sure if that really qualifies as traditional in the sense that we're kind of setting our own Christmas traditions.
It's true. Um, but I super appreciated um the Christmas festivities that we had. I'm glad we went to Home Depot and you said, I'm thinking about that we might get a fake tree. And I was like, yeah, it's a great idea. And
That's how we ultimately ended up with the tree. Hello,
Yeah.
NSO, yo.
You know, when we didn't have one the year before, I realized, like, wow, like, not celebrating Christmas at all really
Kind
affected
of
me.
gave left a little psychic scar of some sort.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's fine, whatever. I'm still in the like slightly uncomfortable going up phase on the mushrooms. Yeah, I can see your messages. Okay. Which functions are tied to working memory in your view, like reliably holding a lot of concrete data in your head at once? That I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if the mechanics of things like that link to functions or not. That's not really a kind of attention so much as it is a like an underlying structure or something, right? Like that kind of memory, which you might say random access memory versus like long term memory. Well, that's going to be implicit to everybody to some extent, regardless of their function stack, right? And I don't, I don't think that has anything to do with personality, really.
I have the memory of a goldfish.
Right.
Well,
Well, but see, there's short term memory slash like likelihood of like length of time in which you keep in your mind things that are not meant to be stored permanently, but are stored longer than random access memory. Right? That you have very bad that you might call this your working memory, this your short term memory, and this your long term memory. Right? You've got bad short term memory, but that has nothing to do with random access memory. Random access
I
memory,
hate the
which is
memory.
like let's say I
Mm.
need to remember a 5 digit code for a few seconds or
Mhm.
something like I need to keep in mind 87221. Okay, 87221. All right, I'm doing this and can keep that in mind, right?
Okay.
Versus something like um, what what are we gonna go in here for? What are they talking about? That
Mhm.
kind of stuff, which is
Yeah, like
different.
I can't recall what a person says either. I'm very bad at specifics.
Hello, Fly Guy. Hello, Show Media. I need a squared mustache. No thanks.
No.
Um, when was the last time I had peanut butter and crackers?
Oh my god, I love peanut
I
butter.
don't know. I don't
Oh,
remember.
I could go for it right now. Next time we go to the grocery store. I finished the peanut butter. We do need peanut butter.
That side is not a very helpful memory.
Yeah,
I remember
it is
stuff
though. Oh my
in a very
god.
personal way,
It, I
not as it really happened.
I feel like SI is very helpful with memory. I mean, like my sister, yeah, like you said that they repeat their day in their head. You know, you say you do that too. That you keep a running list in your
Right.
mind and you repeat it.
Well,
Um.
the thing is, on that, it's knowledge, right? It's a form of knowledge, and for example, every time one says, "Here's the general rule," and then comes back down and says, "Here's an example," one's employing SI kind of knowledge. The idea that somehow your experiential understanding of things is less important than and intuitive knowledge is woefully incorrect. In fact, the most correct people, knowing wise, are going to be those
Yeah.
who both understand the rule and can provide examples, etc. Where they have like it does serve me poorly in some sense, in theory perhaps, to start with something in my own life that happens as an observation and then extrapolate from there and say, well, maybe this represents a rule, and then test further examples to see if it does, right? And as I can definitely come in and be a problematic kind of knowing when you run into this phenomenon of like, well, it hasn't happened to me yet, so I don't believe it.
That's true. That happens. It's like a frustration that I have with people who are in the manifesting world, and they like talk about how like poor people don't exist because I haven't experienced them.
Right.
Like that's just like, are you fucking kidding
Well,
me?
and that's a whole lot. I think to some extent that kind of very weak the weakest expressions of SI may be behind things like flat Earth stuff as well. Like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I haven't seen the curvature of the Earth, therefore, with my own eyes, therefore, it's not. It's factually flat.
Yeah, yeah.
But there is two eyes, and there's no eye in stream. Does TE with SI function different than TE with NI? Well, no, in the sense of that, to the extent that we understand TE as a distinct function, we have to have its distinction be unsullied by what it's paired with, right? But does it play out differently? Yeah, sure. It plays out according to the respective knowing function.
Show media. Do you have Apple Music, or Apple Podcasts? I don't know what Apple uses. Apple or
Apple pen pineapple.
you use Spotify? Okay, so you can listen to it on Spotify. It's Running with Scissors podcast.
What an awesome
No,
strime.
it's on Spotify.
Well, there is an iron strime, but there's not an iron stream. What resource would you suggest for increasing my knowledge of typology? I mean, I don't trust any sources but myself, frankly, about the subject. But I haven't gone out and like tried to find other sources of information on it that are correct. I think what you're probably wanting to do is like play around with it, like find other things one can attribute to typology stuff, etc. But people doing that are not doing typology correctly. There's an I in STEM, that's true.
Um, it's it like while I was watching it, I was like, this just sounds like an INFJ giving advice.
And you were
Um,
watching what?
Johnny's podcast. So the number that we called, like he's doing a podcast where people they like ask him for advice.
I see.
Um,
Oh, that's an interesting idea. What a good idea. It's not something I'd want to do. I wouldn't want to have to listen to all those things and hear people's suffering.
yeah, it's true.
It would hurt me.
It's true. It's interesting. The first one, can I talk about it?
Yeah, turn it towards you.
So the first caller that calls in, and I want your opinion because I'm interested. Because like while I was watching, I was like, oh, he's giving very INFJ advice, in my opinion. Um, the girl is moved in with her boyfriend. She was poking around as couples do and looked at his iPad, her boyfriend's iPad, and found out that her boyfriend has been like recording the neighbors running and exercising. And she's like, what do I do? And he said, look, I don't think that like you should break up with the guy over it. You've invested like a lot of time in the relationship. Like,
Wait, what did he do?
Okay, so the girlfriend was sneaking around. She was poking around through her boyfriend's stuff. She just moved in. He's a great guy, right? She starts off saying that he's a great guy. He's a really good boyfriend. They moved in after like 2 or 3 years of being together. She's poking around as couples do, right? To find out. So she looks through his iPad and finds video recordings of the neighbors exercising and running. She thinks it's weird, but she doesn't know like what to do about it.
Well, and so you want me to analyze Johnny's response to that?
No, well, like I want your advice. Like, what would you say?
I'd be like, I guess like if that's the full extent, like if she's creeping around being a detective and that's the shadiest thing she can find in the darkest corner of his hard drive, then I'd just say, well, look, this filming the neighbors without their knowledge thing is a deal breaker for me. You gotta stop doing that.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Johnny basically said tell him to like take away the iPad and tell him that he has to stop this because it's inappropriate. Yeah.
I mean,
We did call in, but we didn't have a problem. We just told him that we love his music and his album like was amazing.
well, that's why I said, Fly Guy, that we're assuming that she did a very thorough search of everything.
Yeah, I think it
that's
sounds
all
like
she-
yeah that she
that-
that's all that she found.
What?
She just thought it was weird and didn't know what to do about it. You know, like that is inappropriate, right? You shouldn't really be
Right. Well,
filming your
the thing
neighbors.
is, she is looking at places where he might hide things.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that's all she found. So it's not like Johnny says, look, you've been together for 3 years. You just moved in together. This shouldn't be a deal breaker.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it might be a deal breaker for it to continue.
To continue, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, definitely.
But the thing is, I think it's incorrect, Black Guy, to think that if you search anybody's dark corners and you find one thing, then we can conclude that there's a lot of other things that you didn't find. That's not correct. It's like, you could, for example, let's say you're looking for cats and you come to our house and you find 2. You might conclude that we've got hundreds hidden somewhere.
That's a funny conclusion to come to.
Because after all, these are the ones I could easily find. we don't have any other
like,
cats.
okay, so like but Fly Guy, like like Eric snooped through my stuff, and I don't think he's thought that. Oh my God, if there's this stuff, it must be worse.
Right.
right?
Right. Oh, this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. If it was, I would have hated it. I think. I don't know.
And the
I
thing is, I'm not objecting to your objection in general, fly guy to the guy's thing here. But I'm seeing this as a thought experiment where we're imagining this person just has
yeah.
this one thing
That's
going
all.
against them.
Right. That's all it was that she found. She only found, like, what she found was that he was filming the neighbors exercising. And she thought it was strange. And inappropriate, so she didn't know what to do about it. And Johnny said, "Look, it's not a deal breaker. Like, don't break up with the guy. You've been with him. Like, is it inappropriate and wrong? Yes. She stopped, yes, but you know, take away his iPad and be like, look, you can't do this anymore, basically.
Or maybe it's just like, oh my god, I can see through this randomly existing hole of the neighbors exercising, and just gotta put his phone there to film it for a second, like for a short or something. Like I got then the doorbell rang, he left his phone there recording. Who knows?
Oh my god!
Maybe that happened.
I mean, but right, like I don't know. I feel like she was actually really going through his stuff, and that's all she found.
And
like,
who knows how long
like,
ago it was also, and whether
it
it
could,
was.
it
could
have
an
been
ongoing
I don't
thing?
know.
Is
It
it-
was. It seemed to be several that she found. It wasn't just one. And it could have been before she moved in. But just don't do that. That's just the thing you just don't do. Like, I think you can have that conversation with him.
It's really weird because it's like it's not even like he's filming them having sex or something. Filming them doing some random stuff. He's just getting off on non-consensually filming.
Yeah.
people.
That is it. And you gotta stop that. You can't do that to your neighbors. It's just wrong.
I don't know if it makes sense to take it away when you don't know whether he'd give an explanation for it.
Well, I wasn't sure about him taking it away either. That's the advice that Johnny gave to her. I think he's trying to say that there's consequences for his actions. Like he can't continue doing that.
I mean,
I don't
I
think
don't
he's
know
a
how you can
psychopath.
conclude, Fly Guy, that everybody who does that is a psychopath. I will agree that it's not something one should do because there's a reasonable expectation of consent for most things like that, but not necessarily if they're out in public doing public things. But regardless, it's weird, it's not necessarily indicative of psychopathy.
Well, it does raise. You have to, she might go through like a pattern of like trying to get to the root of it, like.
Right, there are a lot of questions like the ones Winston Mom's asking about the link to time frame on this, like how long ago was it, and
like what?
how many times did it occur?
Yeah, and kind of like why? Like, what about it is it that you want to do this?
Right.
Which the person might not know right away.
It might just be like, who knows why? Maybe he's getting.
I just
getting,
do, I guess. It could
like
be an answer.
B footage for some conceived, like some documentary or something he's got in his head is unrelated to those people. It's like, maybe I can just use this footage for that. Who knows, right?
God.
It makes a big difference. People's thinking like, I wonder if I should get away without their consent and using this little clip in a video I'm making, or versus I'm just weirdly filming them because I like to film them.
It really does seem like that to me. It seems like the latter to me. Because if I was doing right? Like I feel like I would just be doing it because like I like it, but there are people who do like film, but there's usually consent. Like if you're doing it for a movie. Uh
If your eye can see it, you can film it. You have it to create the privacy you want. There's no right privacy. You're right about that, Puttycat, but there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in various ways that don't conform to the fact that most privacy that we can treat as a right is going to always follow from
like if I knew my neighbor
property.
was filming me exercise, I'd be super self-conscious about it afterwards. I'd be like, oh fuck, ew, oh, now I feel like I'm not safe.
A lot of people feel that way about that kind of thing, which is why it's weird at all. Like, if I were outside and somebody, I want to film you, like, you go right ahead. I mean, they just film me without
If you
asking me.
ask, right? If
I'd
you
be
ask,
like,
it's fine
But even,
though.
but even if the person didn't ask and I was outside and they were filming me, just me, and then I noticed after a while, like, oh wait, there's something filming me, I would go up to them and talk to them, be like, hey, how's it going? What's up?
You know, I was filmed. I was asked to like for an opinion, and like they asked for my opinion. They came up to me and could like, do you want to be filmed? Both twice. The two times that it happened, 3 times that it happened. That I remember.
So you're like, yes, I do.
Yeah, huh?
Right, yeah. But you still don't want to be filmed with somebody.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Right.
saying in those circumstances, it's so easy to actually. I mean, it takes extroversion, I think.
No, look, basically, for you guys are thinking that we're talking about something different than we're talking about. What we're talking about is something that's subjective and has nothing to do with rights or whatever. It Nobody's disputing the fact that it was legal for him to film them outside doing
Yeah,
things.
hell no, that's not right.
And nobody is trying to object on their part for like, hey, you shouldn't have been able to film us.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that at all.
Saying that
What we're talking about is in a relationship, right? You move in with your new boyfriend and you discover that one of his pastimes is filming the neighbors outside without their consent or knowledge while they're doing random things like exercising or mowing the lawn or something.
No, look, you don't have to, but like every time, like they asked me, one time they asked me, I said no because I was shy. Second time was yes because I wanted to, and the third time was yes because I wanted to also. The fourth time when I was like 8 years old and they asked me about Jasmine, that was a yes also. Like I wanted to be filmed.
Well, Alex, that's not necessarily true either. Like, I pulled over one time on the drive home from Butchak to here because there was this picturesque, this is way back when we kind of first moved here, but there's this old looking building I wanted to take a picture of. I pulled into this turnout. I started, taking a couple of pictures. I was going to maybe make a short or something, I don't remember. But then some guy came out and started yelling at me like, what are you doing? What are you filming or taking a picture of? I'm like, that building right there? And he's like, yeah, something else. The thing is, I wasn't parked on his property even. I was just taking pictures of this old building that's on his land, not because I had any kind of nefarious intentions. I just thought it was picturesque. And he says, I'm not parked on your property, am I? And he's like, no.
There you go.
That's a great story, but I'm dealing with the facts of the case at hand here. I'm saying, no, you're switching back and forth between the facts of the case and the general rule, as is convenient to your advocacy, right?
Really?
So what you're saying is, in fact, fact that somebody didn't ask your permission is cause enough for concern. It's not cause enough for concern in and of itself. I just demonstrated that it's not. So my rebuttal to your point stands. Yeah, T-Bay, go ahead and make your question. I'm not wrong about anything here, Buddy Cat. I'm not saying consent is required to take pictures of somebody outside. We're not, you're getting confused with two different things, right? Which is like how we treat it legally versus how we treat it as just regular people in the world, right? So, yes, this lady's boyfriend was completely legally correct about not needing consent of anybody. Just as I was completely correct about not needing consent of taking a picture of this building, nor permission of the property owners.
I mean, it's
Because
wrong.
whether or not the neighbors knew or gave consent is relevant to how the girlfriend feels about it, right? So it's not relevant to the legal status of the thing. But so, for example, like let's say you're married to somebody or their boyfriend or whatever, and then you go through their phone and you discover that they've been taking pictures of people from behind trees and like filming them without their consent. It's maybe perfectly legal, and no, you're not saying they broke the law, but it creeps you out, and you're like, well, what's going on with this shit?
Yeah.
Is an apple? If an apple is not a pear, what do you call two apples together? Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Hilarious. It's her decision about whether she feels capable and secure enough to bring it up to him, but it's a mistake to do nothing about it.
She definitely should bring up something up to him. Like the advice from Johnny was to bring it up to him and to kind of be like say it's a boundary.
Or maybe Race Lever's right. That they asked him to film them because they're creeps. Maybe that's what happened.
I mean,
The thing is, because you're assuming that like certain labels that might be assigned to what a person does are informative broadly about who they are beyond the scope of their actual behavior you're talking about. And I don't think that's a good idea because you can always ascribe any kind of negative label to anybody according to one single behavior and then damn them. Like you call me a criminal because I got arrested for marijuana and
same for me.
you call us both criminals and say, why would you want to be with a criminal? Right? There's no good reason to think that this particular peculiarity that you're talking about links to something horrible any more than any other peculiarity like that.
Like I have mental illness plus I have like a criminal background because I have a DUI. Like am am I undateable? Am I unlovable? Does that make me unworthy of being in a relationship? Like
Right.
truly though.
You should bring it to him while secretly filming their interactions, then show it to both of their families.
Oh my god.
That would
That
be some
sounds like
just
a
desserts.
TV show. Oh my god. I don't know, like that's a difficult thing, and that's why like they called Johnny because like he said on his Instagram, like call into this number. I'm working on a project. Tell me your like deepest, darkest secrets or the things that make you feel guilty or bad, and this was something that like the girl she's grappling with. She doesn't know what to do. Like it's not a typical situation, you know. She's not even finding like porn. She just found him filming the jogging people exercising, which is gross.
And we also
Oh,
don't have a great deal of information about like how long those videos lasted? Like
Oh
for
man,
was
like
it
when was this? Yeah,
like
how?
what? No,
Yeah,
I mean, like was it like a 20-minute long video or like a 15-second
yeah.
clip or what? You
I
know?
don't know. I don't know. It's a lot of questions. I don't know. And that could be a boundary, you know. That absolutely could be something that she's like, I just can't live with someone.
The point is, we have a lot of questions about whether they need to be answered before you even can be convinced that it's concerning about the person at all. Certainly, you shouldn't notify the neighbors anytime somebody
Yeah.
gets it. It turns out somebody's filming them without their knowledge or consent. That's just insane. And
Yeah,
because it's not like they're
it's pretty
filming.
fucking bad.
It's not like they're.
Wow, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't know what I would do. I think I would be like okay with it at first, and then I would think about it over and over again and be like, no, I just like can't. Like, sorry, I really don't think you should do this. It's bad. Like, it's just not good. It's just not good. I don't know. I don't know. What do you do?
Well, like
How do you talk?
I'm currently now thinking of like imagine a scenario where you are the neighbors and you're informed of this. Well, then you just be in the same position that we're in now with a whole bunch of unanswered questions because
Yeah.
it's like, so wait, he's filming me outside when I'm like sweeping the yard and stuff.
Like,
Why?
why are you doing that? Like, don't do that.
I mean, my thing is,
Like,
it's
why?
absolutely the neighbor's right to film outside, including front parts of my house that you can see. If I don't like it, I put up a fence or something. So the thing is, I wouldn't tell him to stop filming me or anything. It's absolutely the neighbor's right to do that.
It is like the consent thing is like nice though. I have to say, like, you
But
could have just asked me if you want to film me sweeping. Like, you could have asked me, like, what is this? Well, what is this?
so you want her to be like a parent and that you go tell the neighbors what you did and that you're sorry and shit. That's a terrible idea. Because of course, while she can have a very reasonable expectation he not do that if that's important to her, right? She cannot reasonably expect him to do something like what you're suggesting because after all, he has not violated the neighbor's rights at all. He has not committed any kind of crime or incurred any liability. So that's just insane. Bro, I love ketamine. Well, Justin, you're not the only one in the world who loves ketamine. And yeah, your neighbor, Dixon Myers, is unfortunately named.
Okay, so the next one, that one is that story is just a really tough one. The next one I totally agree with Johnny because like I'm like, oh shit. Like, yeah, Johnny like really has a point here. So this guy works at an Italian place and he caught the one of the busboys doing whippets, and the boy who did whippets got fired, and now all the busboys won't bust the tables, or they'll sit him like 8 to 11 tables in a row, like because they're like, "Fuck you, dude," for like ratting our busboy friend out.
Uh-huh.
And Johnny's like, "You gotta get a new job. Like, I'm sorry, but you're fucked. Like, you told on the busboy, and they're just going to keep on doing this. Like, you gotta get a new job."
So why did they tell him the busboy?
I don't know, cause he was doing whippets.
I get that that's what they told on him for. The question is, why did they tell him?
I don't know.
Imagine you're at the gym and you're not exercising and there's filming going on. Well, like the thing is, if you're filming on somebody else's property, then you need their permission. in theory.
Yeah, you do. You need that would want permission, like consent.
If the guy's not dangerous, then what's the problem with escalating it? Because you're trying to leverage information you found out about him to make him suffer in some way, right? And that's not ever healthy in a relationship. You can end the relationship if you want, but the idea of using stuff that you discovered while doing the same thing he's doing, right? While looking through his shit without consent. So while messing with his property without his consent in a way that's actually much more of a problem, legally anyway, than anything that you discovered him doing, right? You're going to try to leverage the information you found through your illicit searches to not accomplish any actual goal that's consistent with morality or ethics or with the law, but instead to make your boyfriend suffer because you object so much to what he has done, even though it was perfectly legal and violated no rights. I'm not assuming he's necessarily. I don't have to assume he's a normal, harmless guy to know that what you're suggesting is horrible. And the thing is, in status quo, we're presuming that neither of the two has yet deceived each other at all, except you've already engaged in something deceptive by, in some extent, by doing this like behind his back searching. Otherwise, you would just ask him to see it, right? So now you want to double down on your introduction of deceptiveness or dishonesty into the relationship by tricking him in this fashion, using the information that you discovered without his permission by searching the shit without his permission, and to see how he reacts. And the thing is, even if she had discovered something like that was actually like in contradiction to their relationship stuff or whatever, like, oh, you've been flirting with this girl over here or something. The thing to do is, break up with him if you don't like it that much.
Yeah. So it comes down to.
Why does the USC women's team suck this year?
Because they don't have.
We don't have Juju and the Jazzy Davison's not that kind of player. She's excellent, but she's not that kind of player. And she's also a true freshman. Like, she was never meant to be a number one, right? She was meant to be a number two to Juju. Like, she'd be perfect in that role. Let's see what. I don't need to delete that, I don't think. You probably need to delete the one before that, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of needlessly gross. I guess. I didn't see what he was up to, really. My bad, Alex, for questioning that. I haven't really been paying attention to what he's been up to. There's not a whole lot of anything, I guess. It's not like you timed him out or anything. Honestly, we just call him Sneaky Pete and move on. I mean, the thing is, like, this is why we need good defense attorneys in general, and why defense attorneys are a underappreciated population of people doing God's work, right? Because people think, oh, you're defending those horrible guys. Well, I am defending the process by which we determine just how, by which we condemn somebody. the condemnation process should be um, subject to robust adversarial rhetoric, you know? I found that ham and gravy and turkey and gravy and chicken and gravy all taste the same. So we all learn this at an early age that gravy makes stuff taste the same. Is that it? Let's see what he got timed out for. That's perfectly a reasonable thing to get timed out for.
I know that,
I
like.
guess. I mean, he's not saying he's actually. I'm not sure if that is worth being timed out for at all. Now that I look at it, he's not. I wouldn't call any of that at all hate speech or anything. I think you were a little quick on the timeout there. We're watching the USC in this game tomorrow, an NFL championship game. Was the Super Bowl on tomorrow? I didn't know that.
Super Bowl's tomorrow?
That can't be. He's talking about the NFC champion. What NFL championship games tomorrow? I mean the I look at the sports thing. See what I've forgotten where we even are on the NFL. Are you talking about the conference championship games? The NFL championship games. I thought you meant like the Super Bowl.
I always think about the Super Bowl being in February.
Right.
Right? They usually are.
The Rams versus Seattle and New England versus Denver.
Damn.
Well, Denver's very much crippled because they lost their quarterback.
Really?
Like a broken ankle or something. In the last round. And the Rams are better than the Niners, obviously, but I don't think they can beat Seattle. But maybe. More interesting. I wonder what the line on that is. What is the line on this game? Why doesn't it say what the line is? Oh, there it is.
I hope my kiss is on your list of the best things in life.
Wow, absolutely. Seattle's favored by 2.5 points. 2.5 points, huh? So they're favored to essentially win by a field goal, probably. If they win by a field goal and you give the points, then you still win. But if they win by like 2 points, then you lose. Interesting. So that's a pretty short, pretty small spread. Wisconsin's favor of the USC men in the show, man. You know, like the women's team seems to, as the season goes along, be learning how to lose. It's kind
I'm
of.
sorry I haven't been watching with you.
Yeah, it's been kind of brutal. Denver screwed, no quarterback and no running back. Get your answer to your pair question. There's no answer to that question. It's a joke. If a pear is different than an apple, then what do you call two apples?
So you think that like Johnny's advice is about like the busser or the waiter having to get like a new job? Like I agree. Like I couldn't handle like no help with like busing.
Oh yeah, getting a new job is great advice, and also like put some time into thinking about why you would like tell on somebody.
I don't know.
Like, what do you possibly get from telling on a fellow employee to management for something that's not like theft or something? I get like, you know, even if you caught your fellow employee stealing, then you knowing about it and not saying anything might be complicit in some way. But doing whippets is ridiculous. I'm like stealing, like stealing is rights violatory, whereas doing whippets is just ill-advised. Big fucking difference. It's like it's fine to tell on somebody maybe if what they've done is rights violatory. Even then, you don't necessarily. Whether or not it's good to be a snitch depends a lot on the circumstances, right? When you're talking about something that's like that, no, absolutely no reason to tell on anybody. So conceivably, if it was, like, you know, if they were actually drunk on the job, which kind of involved them being useless for an extended period of time, well, okay, I can understand maybe you definitely have a problem with it, maybe even telling on somebody, but there are weapons. I mean, that could only possibly impact his usefulness for like a couple of minutes, no longer than a break or, you know, a cigarette or whatever. So, why would somebody tell on somebody for that? That's just silly. There's no good reasoning behind telling on somebody for that. There's also not a good reason why the management should fire the person for doing that. So, dogs are barking in the background. There is a dog barking over there. I don't know what they're barking about. Well, guess what I got? It rhymes with mushroom moms. That's right. I've got the mushroom yawns. Oh, God. It comes with the mushroom yawns. The mushroom runny nose as well. And if you've been here for previous mushroom trips, you may already know my position on runny nose. Namely, I am in the negation. I do not like it. I do not approve of it. It just needs to stop whatever it is it's doing. I just need to like unclench all my muscles and try to relax or something. Management fired him for reporting. Now they didn't fire him for reporting. They fired the guy who did the whippets. Now, like the waiter who reported the guy who got fired is having trouble with his fellow employees. Now, I know you can get fired for doing whippets on the job. I'm not saying that you can't or that it's not a legitimate enough reason for people to legally fire you. I mean, people can fire at will, so it doesn't really matter. I'm saying if, like, for example, if I've got a good employee who does good work for me, and I learned that he's done some whippets on the job. Well, that's not going to necessarily make me want to fire him. It's not necessarily a good idea to fire that employee. It's probably like a bear or something. Oh, yeah. No, he didn't get fired for reporting. Nobody could ever possibly object to another person informing them about something that they saw. Like, how could anybody object to that? I saw a dog. You're fired. You can't see that. I hear that dog barking a lot, but it's not like there's normally a dog down there that barks. So probably Leo ran down there barking or something. Although it slipped out there in that instance. I'm a little hesitant to bring up anything that brings the neighbors to mind. Because Rachel doesn't really, is especially fond of them. So, mention of them in their ways can sometimes, she's kind of like my mom and Trump. Yeah, it's probably Leah down there. Who knows? I could drive a little wilderness car down there and see what's going on. Oh, he's not tied up, that's for sure. Leo could use a little bit more tying up, but I don't normally say that of anything, but he's a big dog who just runs totally free in the neighborhood. Night and day. Sometimes he'll come up to you and startle the shit out of you. He's a sweet, sweet dog, but right now, it seems like he's not very happy about something. It could be a different dog entirely, but I doubt it. I've never heard any dog from down there before. It's like, in other words, I don't think the people down there have a dog. That's what I should have just said right off the bat. I think getting a new job is about right because being forced away is a problem. No, it's not a problem because the management took what action they felt necessary based on this thing that the employees don't agree with the approach. The employees, you might say, can't do their job worse in response or something like that, but they're doing their job differently for this one person that they don't think has upheld the spirit that they want to uphold. So in other words, they're not forcing this person to quit. They're just punishing that person for telling on their workmate in the ways that are afforded to them, right? Like, you're objecting to them exercising the power that is within their discretion. It's true that management can't punish them for reporting. Can't punish them for reporting. And it's true that their fellow employees can't, in any formal way, punish him for reporting. But they can treat him differently. And they can exercise power within their discretion to make it more unpleasant for him, that's absolutely an acceptable thing for people to do because what that person did was fucking garbage. There's no good reason to tell on somebody for that. So, yeah, are there social consequences to being a snitch? Are there social consequences to being a snitch? Absolutely. Should the person want to keep working there? Everybody hates them, even if they don't. They're somehow mandated by management to not have their hatred impact them at all. No, he should not stay working there. He should never have told on the person in the first place, and obviously he should quit. Because
Like,
what
that-
you can't
he's gonna
change,
keep
by
on
guys,
doing that.
what you can't change is the reality that everybody now hates him. And you're like,
it's a toxic work environment.
he shouldn't be forced to quit. Well, I mean, he's not being forced to quit. He brought this entirely on himself that everybody hates him. Right?
Because he wasn't the only. It wasn't just him and him and the boy who was doing the whippets. I think there was other bus boys with him. So he was caught doing it, and they went over. There's a chain of command, and you tell the busboy, look, you really shouldn't be doing that on a job, if that's the way that you feel.
You can tell him, if I see this again, I'm going to tell it on you or something
fair.
like that. Which even then, you give him a chance to say, well, why, bro? Why? Because this isn't, unless you're saying this is negatively impacting my work in some specific articulable way, then why would you tell him it?
Yeah. I think this should be a lesson.
Right. So it's like what you snitch about matters a lot, right? If you're snitching on somebody for something rights violatory, then it's perfectly justified, probably, right?
Yeah.
You're snitching on somebody for
harassment
for stealing or assaulting somebody or whatever else, right? Then there's a victim involved, and it's important to snitch in that case because you need to uphold the side of justice rather than the side of your interests. And so it's just to snitch in some regard. Yeah. It's still not necessarily advisable for a variety of reasons or whatever, but you're not on the wrong team necessarily if you do. But when you're snitching on somebody that doesn't involve matters of justice, then of course that's why it's bad to be a snitch is a thing, right? Because people in authority don't necessarily prioritize things that are in the interest of justice. And to side with them simply because there's the rule for it, that's inherently bad thing to do.
I know that this sounds so corporate, but I learned that the best way to handle things, and I think this is YouTube advice, the best way to handle things is through the chain of command. If you have a problem with the person, you go to the person first.
Right, and that's where this whole thing breaks down and why everybody hates this guy, right? Is if you have a problem with the person, how is this a problem for that person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he
right? How is it a problem?
He's like, hey, I was going to use those whippets to make whipped cream, and now you've whippeted them. Okay, then that's fine.
A problem.
Now that's a problem, right?
But that's also something that you and the person can get through.
Okay, well, don't worry, I got some more right here or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just.
The thing is, first, there needs to be an actual problem, not just you seeing something happening at work, maybe not understanding it or not liking it or whatever in some subjective way that's inarticulable. But the point is, there has to actually be a problem first for you to take any action on it at all.
And the manager, knowing that information, has to fire the dude too. That's his job. Ugh, I wouldn't have done it. I just wouldn't have done it.
How to set up stream to look less, not genius. That's a great sentence. The thing is, it's absolutely the case that the person shouldn't have snitched. Maybe it's also the case that they realize that mistake now and wish they had done differently.
Right, and maybe that's they fine. Will. That's
and if they wanted, if it's possible they could convince their fellow employees that too and get them to forgive them.
That's true.
But it's ridiculous to say that in the interim, in the absence of that, that the employee's hatred of the guy shouldn't cause him to be able to cause him to quit or something. It's like, it's ridiculous. What was the problem? Like, look, I get it. I could go up to anybody doing anything at any time and saying, "You're a problem to me because I don't like what you're doing." I could do that at any time, go up to any person doing anything and say that. So, what was the actual problem?
I feel like at some point in my life I had that sort of like thing. Like I was upset at what was going on and I didn't know who to talk to like about it, and I learned about like the chain of command. Like I don't know.
I mean, that's true. If you're a low employee, the best way to deal with things is to go with the chain of command. It's like you're not. That's advice for you not getting in trouble. That's not advice for like questions like this. Yes, I'm sure, I don't doubt that the person was breaking the rules, right? So it's like it's also conceivable that you could have caught them texting to their boyfriend on their phone real quick or something, and and that's also against the rules. So now the
That's
question
true.
becomes when is it acceptable or advisable to snitch?
It's not like okay. So like that texting is a good example because I used to in a restaurant. I used to do that all the time as a hostess. Like when there was a lot of downtime, even when there wasn't downtime, but usually when there was downtime, I would be texting. And if that was against the rules and someone snitched on me, I would not be happy.
Right, and the thing is noting that somebody's breaking a rule and there being a problem between me and that person are two totally different things, right? So if if the idea of going at the chain of command is predicated on if you have a problem with somebody, right? Well, obviously I don't have a problem with that person. I did observe them breaking a rule. So that's my point here, right? There's a big distinction between seeing somebody breaking a rule and having a problem with that person. Like, for example, they keep hitting on me and don't take no for an answer. That kind of problem, right? So the thing is, if that were that kind of problem, then it's perfectly understandable to go to the next level
Yeah, yeah,
of
it is.
in the chain of command.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that kind of problem.
No.
Instead, it's the kind of problem where you're observing somebody breaking a rule that's not rights violatory. In other words, they're not assaulting anybody, stealing anything, whatever. Those things are also against the rules. But we need to be clear on the distinctions here.
I mean, to be fair, even like I worked with, uh, there's a time when I caught my boss like with like he clearly just drank alcohol because he had alcohol breath, and like I didn't say a thing.
I mean, it's like if he was your boss, who are you going to tell on him to?
Yeah, and like
Is the super boss? Maybe there was a super boss. I don't know.
no.
But it's like if he's the top of the heap and he's drunk, who are you going to tell on him to? Nobody, you know. So is it the case that people shouldn't be drunk on the job? Absolutely. Is it the case that it's perfectly reasonable to fire somebody for being drunk on the job? Sure. Is it reasonable or acceptable? People fire people for whatever reason they want, you know? That's not any of the question here as to whether or not he should have been doing that at work, whether or not it was okay for them to fire him or anything like that. None of those things are the questions. The only question is whether or not that person should have snitched. And the answer is clearly no. And
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and if he chose to snitch, is it acceptable for all of the fellow employees to hate him? The answer is clearly yes. Right, but you're trying to smudge the lines here around the actual issue here. Nobody's disputing the fact that that guy took the risk of getting fired when he did that. Should the management catch him? We're talking about this middle person who is not management, who's chosen to snitch on a rule breaker in a way that could get them fired, even though it was not right violatory, did no harm to them or anybody else, could not be articulated in a way worse than, say, texting on your phone to harm the business.
Yeah.
So stop trying to smudge the lines here. Yes, he knew he took the risk of getting fired when he did that. He didn't expect his fellow employee right there to rat him out. And it's fine for everybody else to hate him for doing so.
It's very mafia like honestly, like if someone, it might be passive aggressive, but like if someone snitched on me for texting at work, because again, like I used to text a lot at work,
and then they say something like, well, I followed rules, why shouldn't you have to? Some bullshit like that.
Well, like if management comes to me and tells me that someone told me you've been texting on your phone a lot, I want to know who that person was, and I would be talking to other employees, like other waiters, about, hey, like I got told on for texting, like who did that?
And the thing is, Alki, you're still trying to blur these actual questions, right? Nobody's disputing that the business owner might have an interest in knowing that. They can put up surveillance cameras too if they wanted to, and the employees can hate them for that as well. Right? Nobody's disputing the management's possible interest in this.
Right,
concerns
that's why he fired him.
The righteousness of them firing him or any of those questions. That's not what's at issue here. So the fact that it might be in the management's best interest for this employee to tell on his fellow employee is not a determining factor in whether or not that employee should do it. It's like it's always in somebody's interest for me to do something bad. That doesn't necessarily mean that something that I'm doing in somebody's interest is bad, but it's always the case, right? So we can't determine anything about that accordingly. Well, because Alex, you're ignoring what I'm saying and trying intentionally to blur the lines around the actual question, which is not a matter of whether it's in the interest of the fucking management or anybody else, right? It's a question of whether or not that person should have snitched according to the actual specifics of the thing. And so would you always snitch on every other employee about everything that's a rules violation, no matter how minor, because it might be in the interest of the management? And is that a good thing to do? Be serious. If you don't like my tone, then fucking be serious. I don't start here, Alec, right? I end here when you're clearly being a dissembler. You're not trying to resolve a question. You're trying to actually, you're not being a dissembler. You're just being a fucking ideologue in some sense. Like, I expect better of you. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. It's ridiculous to me to have any expectations of anything, but you have consistently been a good thinker and righteous in your approach towards things. But tonight you've been wildly wrong and almost willfully so. In ways that I wouldn't expect from you, like a total, like, what's the right verb? A jettisoning of your humanity regarding, being how quick we should be to condemn somebody because we know one fact about them. You're like, no, condemn them to hell. He advocated this horrible thing that should never be advocated by anybody in any conceivable relationship. And you advocated it in response to a behavior the person did that was perfectly legal. And then here you are trying to defend that it's good for anybody to snitch about any rules violation that is encountered at work because it's in the management's interest. The thing is, of course, you can never make decisions that are ethical based on interest calculus, because whether or not the management says in their interest or explicitly or not, or whether something turns out to be in their interest or not, those things are all predictions, right? Like I predict the company will be better off if I do this. Well, that's not. You can't use predictions to justify betraying somebody. Even if your predictions come true and it was a net benefit, you still engage in something wicked, right? So the question here, I'm not saying it's necessarily wicked for the person to snitch, but that's the question. And it is wicked to pretend the question is something else. To pretend the question is something else, that qualifies as dissembling. So, correctness is an equal opportunity employer. It does not matter who you are or what you said before. If what you bring today is wrong, correctness shall hammer down. Who is the one wielding the hammer? Me. But correctness doesn't care about that either. If any part of I issue for is incorrect, the hammer of correctness will be just as merciless with those issuances as with any other. It does not take note of who this line of words came from, right? It does not matter. And that's the greatest blessing in all of life is the fact that, it's what separates us from the animals. It's the difference between humans being righteous and being wicked. So it's everything that matters, right? Everything that's important is about these processes. Like if we imagine ourselves a community who's presented these case facts and what we have to do about it, well, how we respond to it may be informative about who we individually are. What should be done about it? Well, that's a question best left to the liberators and probably to the TI deliberators, because what I see here is a clear rush to pitchforks and torches where there's absolutely no adequate cause for either. We are at ultimately our most human, and also it matters not at all when we're just experiencing things, right? Our feelings, our things that are precious to us, and etc. Those are all what make us human, but they don't matter at all. Like, what matters are things that protect all humans. what matters is the truth. Like being correct about things matters. Justifications matter a great deal. Civilized people understand themselves as being governed by a set of justifications and values, things derived from them. And, it's the difference between America and North Korea. And it's the conundrum that we're constantly all facing, right? Which is everything that makes us human in our individual experience makes us inhuman in our, if we generalize up, right? So, like, our passions, things we like, our feelings, our subjective experience and stuff, that's all the stuff that really is critical to us being a human being. None of those things work the other way. Like, when we take those passions up and try to make general rules and stuff, all we end up with is communism, witch hunts, and a bunch of other fucking subjective, arbitrary bullshit, right? So, the most humanist, experiential things that are super important, like critically important, more important than anything, they also don't matter at all. And if we try to take the things that we think are important and try to go the wrong direction against the proper valve of things and make general rules according to our passions and such, or apply our passions to cases like this, well, then we do everyone a disservice, and all of goodness and humanity and civilization comes crashing fucking down. So you can understand why I'm mad. Because it's fucking un-American what you're saying.
I don't mean to be like this, but I gotta say he isn't American.
Alec?
Oh, Alex.
I think Alec's American.
Yeah, Alex is American, I believe.
So, right, yes, he should not have snitched, and it's also understandable that he incurs the natural social consequences of having done so.
Right, and I said I was like, he can like continue working there and like doing a job, but the thing is like, he also yes has the ability to go back to the manager and say, hey, they're not doing their job. But he could lose respect with other employees, and then it just goes downhill. Like you don't want to be like I said, you don't want to be Dwight Schrute on The Office. Like no one respected him. Like, and he was a boss kiss ass.
Right. I guess what in some management, Mr. Burns' hellscape, that the only outcome from this person snitching would be that all the other employees are more careful not to break rules around him, and he'd get a bonus for being such a good guy.
You don't want to be what's his name either. You know, they insinuate that he's in love with him, and that's why he does it. I don't know.
Thing is, of course, anytime you've got a power structure that punishes somebody for doing something neutral, right? And then rewards somebody for doing something wicked, like snitching for no reason, well, then you're going to have also people who choose to act out in the ways that they can act out, right? You can only do so much. You only have so much autonomy at work, obviously, understandably. But
I mean, I always got rewarded for not snitching.
What I'm saying, Alec, by neutral is that it's not rights violatory. It's not stealing from a company. It's not assaulting somebody. It's not unwanted sexual advances. It's not stuff like that, right? It's actually bad inherently.
had a manager that I heard was like stealing money from the company, and like when I would close with him, like I didn't like bring it up or anything. Like I think he got caught in the end because there was enough money to like track, but like I wasn't gonna like what am I gonna do? Watch over him and be like, hey, like I heard rumor that you like steal money. I don't know.
And the thing is, that's not even comparable at all because that person is actually stealing. The reason we call this neutral is not because it doesn't have any possible conceivable harms to the company. Maybe it does, but rather it's neutral in the sense that it's a rules violation rather than a rights violation. It's a something that is bad maybe on a utilitarian calculus for the company, but it's not bad ethically or morally. Right, I agree, Alec. Nobody's disputing that the rules are there for a reason and that it's in the management's interest to enforce those rules. That doesn't mean that you keep trying to avoid the central question here is whether or not Joe should have snitched on Bob to management is not a question that's predicated on whether or not it was in management's interests. So yes, management could say any possible rule violation, it's in their interest to be informed of. Whether somebody's 1 minute late, whether somebody is texting on their phone, whether somebody's doing any number of possible rules violations. So the question is, do you want to be Hitler Youth or not? And apparently the answer is yes, you want to be Hitler Youth. Even though I seriously doubt, Alec, if you were in a workplace, you'd act like that. And if you did, you'd have everybody hate you for good reason. We don't determine whether or not something's look. Isn't it stealing when you're doing something other than working when you're at work? Well, then we're all guilty of theft all the fucking time, right? Anytime anybody scrolls on the internet at work, they're stealing. Anytime anybody looks at their phone at work, they're stealing. Anytime anybody does anything they're not supposed to be doing at work, they're stealing. Well, that is a totally unwieldy definition of things. First of all, it's not accurately factoring in the fact that you're hired as an employee to do a job, right? Not to have 1,000% of all of your attention exclusively on a certain thing for a certain period of time. Well, that's fine. And so if in fact Joe is motivated to snitch by his own interest, that he actually feels as though that he needs this company to be strong and the company is weak because this person is doing rivets, and he's going to go around and report every other violation in the same fashion, right? Like every other rules violation he sees in the same fashion. And he's just fine at all because he can predict that without him turning in each of these people on these rules violations, that the company will go under and he'll be out of a job. So then, I mean, if that's how you go about justifying things, then you're a horrible fucking person, right?
I mean,
anything like I can do anything because it might be in my long-term interest is a horrible justification for anything.
okay, so wait, I have a question though, because in some places you obviously can't be playing on your phone or watching TV. But I actually worked at a job where they were like, we don't care what you do, as long as you do your job, you can watch TV. Like, you can watch Netflix and stuff. Like, you don't have to be like.
Right. And I do get it that there are certain jobs that require 100% of your attention, like when you're doing them, right? Like when I was teaching, if I was fucking around, I was fucking around rather than teaching. And there's a big difference, right? And sometimes I was fucking around because we're human beings, yeah, and we don't always do a great job.
No.
And sometimes we're just there in our body and just waiting for the clock to run out and shit.
Yeah.
Because we're human beings. That doesn't mean we want to live in a world where everybody near us is going to tell on us every time we fuck up a little bit, right? It's like, the thing is, Alec, you go ahead and live that life that you're talking about and snitch on everybody around you for every little thing that's a rules violation, and we'll see if you feel good about yourself or
I mean,
not.
like, I was on my phone a lot when I was both a hostess and a server. I was a hostess for a long time, and I was a server for like, I don't know, a few months. At a coffee house, and like, I don't know, like, at the coffee house, I was too busy really to use my phone, and they didn't really care. Um, like when I was on the job, I don't know.
One of the big problems with what you're saying, Alec, is you're trying to say that the employee should do management's job. It's a good thing for the employee to do management's job because it's in management's interests. But they're not management, they're the employee. Why should they do management's job?
Yeah.
And you keep trying to blur that line, right? Like, the fact is, this isn't a question about whether or not it was good for the guy to do whippets at work. Nobody's disputing that it was probably not a good thing for him to do whippets at work, and that it's reasonable for him to get fired for it. The question is it reasonable for Joe to go out of his way to do management's job of busting him, right? And if so, why would he feel justified in doing that? Because after all, you're snitching on somebody. It better have a good reason, like you saw them assaulting somebody or blah, 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 various rights violatory justifications. And if you're not snitching on them for rights violatory justification, then you're just snitching on them because you think it's in your interests, and that's not a good enough reason.
Gotta talk to the person first. Be like, yo,
Yeah.
like,
Well, if look, if it were the case that the drug users that the whippet doing was causing various problems enough for it to be a serious problem, then it wouldn't have required some one person to snitch on him, right? It would have been obvious to various people. It would have been clear to management, etc. Like if he was drunk on the job for an extended period of time, it would be obvious to everybody. It would be a problem. The customers would complain, etc. The thing is, we're as a thought experiment, we're considering the fact that this is something that somebody walked up to and looked at, saw, reported, not because it was actually a problem at work necessarily, although it could have been, right? Like one could conceive of various ways in which it could be a problem at work. But even if it were a problem at work, not we're imagining it's definitely not a problem for this person who's snitching directly. It's not like, hey, I needed you to bring me those things and you didn't bring them, and I come back here and I see you doing the whippets back here. It's not that, okay? For this thought experiment, it might have been that, but for this thought experiment, it's not.
like, you shouldn't even like snitch on yourself, right? Like,
Right.
I don't know.
If that's the other thing is, if this guy felt comfortable snitching on that guy for this rules violation, I better hope he snitches on himself for every rules violation that he's ever committed. Or he better be absolutely fucking perfect and never commit a single rules violation. Otherwise, he's just being a horrible fucking self-interested hypocrite. And there's no way around that, right? Well, there's nothing wrong. Well, there is something wrong with doing whippets. It's really bad for you, actually. But the thing is, there's various reasons why you might not want to have somebody doing whippets at work.
I mean, like I, you know, met Lindsay Lohan's dad. Definitely 100%. Like, I didn't have to know. I didn't have to like catch them in the act to like know that they were doing coke in the bathroom. And I didn't say anything to anyone. Of course, like within waiters, we were like talking amongst each other, but we didn't tell on the dude. You know, we didn't go to management and be like,
Okay. Well,
you know, like I'm not gonna fucking
well,
snitch.
that's different because those are customers.
But still, it
You're not gonna snitch on people doing coke in the bathroom. That's
You could,
exactly. You could be a snitch. You know, like,
yeah, sure.
and Alex, there's the other thing is, are you also going to behave that way in public with people who you see doing drugs someplace? That you're going to tell the cops because it's not legal for them to be. They're still breaking a rule, right? You're a lot of fun at parties. I bet, Alec. You're a lot of fun at parties where kind of guy who calls the cops to report underage drinking.
Oh my god.
So the thing is, this is what it means to be civilized, right? Is to understand that we shouldn't be a hypocrite. So if we're going to report that guy for a rules violation that's not rights violatory directly, you can come up with various ridiculous trades to make it stealing or whatever. But if you're going to apply that rule as a general thing, like you're always that it's a good idea to report every rules violation, then you better be consistent about it, reporting just as rigorously on yourself as everybody else and all rules violations of that level, regardless of context or justice.
No, you definitely don't. So the thing is, management knowing that the kid was doing whippets has to fire him. Like that's their job. But it's also like himself to find out on his own.
Right. Nobody's disputing the fact that maybe management should have fired that guy. What we're saying is whether it's in general a good idea to be a snitch without there being good justifications like rights violations in place. And the answer is absolutely fucking not, obviously. Well, yeah, I agree. If that guy's doing whippets, quote unquote, in front of his coworker, assuming like she didn't have it on in some hidden corner or something, which is more likely. But obviously, that guy was not long for the job anyway. Those are all not considerations that matter at all on the question of whether or not a person should snitch.
I think that what he's going through is a toxic work environment, and he should, while working there, look for another job. Like, I wouldn't want to be there, you know?
And he should blame nobody but himself.
Just wash your hands of it and be like, lesson learned. I'm not going to do that again.
I was snitches, these are my stitches.
Yeah. Maybe this is his first time doing something like that. Man, now I think of all the times I did something wrong at work, where if someone told on me, I would be like, like, fuck, yo, like.
It is un-American to be like, oh, everybody. I'm doing something good by playing hall monitor or something. American ideas include things like we each have our own autonomy and stuff and mind our own business, and you mind your business, and I'm not going to worry about what you're doing unless it's an actual problem. And it is the case that we have varying definitions of what comprises an actual problem, but the point is that if I'm going to snitch on you, it's because you made it unavoidable by being so much of a problem for me, or by doing something abhorrent and reprehensible. It's not going to be because I'm going around measuring your grass to make sure it's long enough for the homeowners association. Like that fucking sociopath, that buy and torture kill guy. That he was like that. He went around and like enforced homeowners association rules by measuring people's grass and stuff.
Oh.
And that's what America is based on, Alec. It's liberty, right? Principles of liberty and justice for all. And the idea of justice for all is predicated on the idea of individuals having both ownership of themselves, responsibility for themselves, liability accordingly, criminal. It's predicated on all the correctness things, right? Like a correct distinction between civil and criminal liability, a law that changes very slowly over time, body of case law does, guided by precedent. All those things are are predicated on central core notions of individual liberty.
This is like fascinating though, really. Like, this is a really good discussion. I'm gonna listen to what the third question is because I'm like very interested. Are you?
What's the third question?
That there I only listened to two questions that
Oh, you're talking. I keep
Yeah.
forgetting this is what it was being sourced from. So
yeah.
I'm just at this point talking about it as like a thought experiment without any of
It
our
turned
question.
into that,
Yeah.
which is I think good. Right? It's kind of a think piece.
The point is somebody's business is what's un-American about telling on your fellow Americans for little rules violations is the idea that somehow we're better off as a communitarian glob of interest guided things that rather than we are as individuals respecting each other's individual autonomy and not looking to to interfere with that in order to promote community interests. And yeah, that's not libertarian. That's American. That's decent. That's civilized human beings, right? Civilized human beings respect and understand that the other person has their own life, ways, whatever. That that I can't look at one thing for that person like, oh, they're gambling and think that I would know that they'd be better off if they didn't gamble or something, or that I can really understand or know anything about them. Certainly, it's not in my interest at all to tell on them, and it's not in everybody's interest to promote telling on people as a virtue to uphold, right? That's what communitarian nightmare societies do. In North Korea, you get rewarded for betraying your family. In Nazi Germany, you get rewarded for, saying there's a Jew over there or whatever. Because that's the mechanism of communitarianism. It is fundamentally evil. It disrespects what you try to justify in the name of interests ultimately ends up being the same kind of justification metric that's used for every atrocity in history. So no, it's not a good idea to presume that because you think you know community interests that you should and that telling on that person is somehow in the interest of the community. It's a good idea to tell on them. For that question, we have to have actual moral agency. So it depends as to whether it's a good idea to tell on them. First and foremost, on whether there's an articulable victim of a rights violation. That's not the case here, and we need to be civilized enough to make that distinction and stop pretending there is no distinction. Right, Alec, because the thing is, what I'm saying is if it's a good idea to tell on your partner, tell on somebody in the workplace for violating a workplace rule in the workplace, then and you're just saying we're only evaluating the legitimacy of that in that context in isolation, um, that we don't have to think of this. In other words, we can be as hypocritical as we want, right? In that instance, we can be as hypocritical as we want. It doesn't matter the level of workplace violation we're reporting somebody on. any rule violation that they commit, we're going to tell on them. And it doesn't matter the fact that we don't know anything about nor have any control over the actual outcomes of that. We're just going to report it 100% of the time. And that's a good thing to do because it's in the interest of the company. Well, I would say it's a good thing to do if that's the job you have. If your job is to find violations of company rules and, send it up to the chain of command or whatever, then it's absolutely a good thing for you to do. And you should be doing that. Because that's your job. And that's what you were hired to do. And when you took on that job, you agreed to do that job. Now, you'll note that while doing that job, that person may himself sometimes violate company rules. And that if he doesn't want to be hypocritical, he should also report himself. What he should not expect is for employees to rat each other out about rules violations, because after all, that's not their job. So if you're going to justify it as somehow part of your job, then it needs to actually be your job. Right? You can't say that, well, we're only going to evaluate this in a workplace setting according to workplace rules with work things going on, and then somehow justify you doing not your job. It's not your job to tell on those people. Why are you wasting company time taking note of what they're doing and reporting on it? That's not your job. So on a purely job metric of things, like you want to make it, purely in the job place, that it doesn't have anything to do with the outside world at all, then what the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you doing your job? Your job's not to report on that person. That's somebody else's job. What if your employer said the expectation is you report violations? Suddenly it's your job, isn't it? Well, I mean, the thing is, first of all, in this thought experiment, it's not the case that the person who reported the other person had as part of their explicit violations. Second of all, management doesn't do that. You're expected to, obviously, everybody has an expectation to report any kind of serious violation of things that endangers people as a safety threat or whatever. For this thought experiment, the thing that the person was doing was none of those things, expressly none of those things. And even if one has a reasonable expectation of reporting serious violations, this was, for this thought experiment, the kind of violation equivalent to talking on your phone when at work or something, chatting on your phone, texting or whatever. So, in fact, for this thought experiment, it is absolutely not the case that if we isolate it to a purely job metrics, that you win the point at all. Absolutely not. It's not your job. What the fuck are you doing? You're spending company time in ways that we didn't hire you to do. You're paying attention to your fellow employees, etc. And it's reasonable for management and reasonable for it's correct for each of us as individual employees in any hypothetical situation to report a whole number of different kinds of things, right? Lots of things should be reported. And and we've already gone over all the various reasons why something should be reported and how this was not any of those things. We've been very clear about this. So yes, there are things that should be reported. And this was not one of those kinds of things that necessarily gets reported, obviously. So in other words, for this thought experiment, we're looking at doing whippets. We could replace it. Let's just replace it in this conversation with chatting on your phone. Same level of rules violation. Okay? So in this instance, we're questioning whether something that does not rise to the level of an actual rights violation or an actual safety issue or any other significant problem that would justify our reporting it automatically. We're considering this something that the employee is going above and beyond their duty to report a rules violation that does not qualify as any of those fucking things. So this is why I'm talking about, like, why I get mad, right? We've already gone over all of this, and you're pretending as though I haven't made these points before. I mean, forget about the whippets, okay? Let's just put in there texting on your phone at work in this thought experiment, and the person reports them on that. Whether then we can have the argument as to whether or not whether regardless of like whether or not that whippets qualifies as an equivalent or not. But first, let's just talk about if the person is just texting on their phone at work and the person reported them for that. Okay, let's start there so that we don't get caught up in unnecessary nonsense, right? This question is fundamentally one about whether or not it's a good idea for a person to tell on another person for a rules violation. And we've already acknowledged that there are myriad examples in life where you should do that. You should tell on them. Now, we're looking at this example of something that's a rules violation that is likely done by many people at work all the time. We're just pretending it's that for now. And now we have the question of whether or not Joe, seeing somebody texting on their phone, let's imagine that Joe never commits that rules violation himself, so there's no hypocrisy, whether or not he should, in fact, tell management about it. And the thing is, if you think he should, it's because of either utilitarian justifications, that it's in the interest of the company, potentially fairness justifications. Well, I never text on my phone, so why should you be able to? Potentially any number of other justifications you can come up with, possibly. But like the sight of a phone triggers a PTSD reaction in me, or things like that. So the question is whether or not it's a good thing for him to. There's two questions: whether or not it's a good thing for him to tell on his coworker, and the second question, I guess, is whether it's acceptable, appropriate, or what have you, for their coworkers to hate him afterwards and make his life more difficult at the job. And the thing is, no matter how much you want to isolate this question to the workplace, it's fundamentally a question about your relationship with the individual and the community. And we can't pretend it's not a question. It doesn't, we can't pretend like it's okay to have a totally separate moral morality or ethics just because it's a workplace. Obviously, TE has its place in the world, and it's important to let TE do its thing. But it's also the case that, like, if you're in the habit of snitching on your fellow employees at work for minor rules violations, that I'm not going to feel very comfortable being myself around you if I know that's how you are at work, even if I'm at home, right? You come over and I say, well, if you're so willing to snitch on people for rules violations at work, why aren't you calling the cops on me for this? And you say, well, that's work. This is not work. I mean, if you're so arbitrary in your ethics and morality, then why can't I just assume that in any given moment you'll say, well, that's inside the house. This is outside the house. I have different morality for that too. Why should I trust you at all? Why should I be comfortable around you that you aren't going to exploit any vulnerability I may have to turn it into a weapon against me, just to tell on somebody, so that I can incur some consequences. And that's the thing. It's like you might feel as though you know what's in the interest of the whole, the community or whatever. But I don't trust your judgment at all. So, I mean, like, what do we do about that? I don't trust your judgment about what's in the interest of the community at all. I think you can be expressly not trusted. So let's imagine I'm right and your predictions are all wrong. Then what? Then you just say, oops, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I caused all those harms. I thought it was going to be benefits. Then what? Then it's too late, right? Once you've snitched and done the unprincipled thing, which is unprincipled because you're presuming that harming somebody else is in the interest of the community as you understand it. So why should anybody trust you at all? You're willing to hurt anybody specifically because it's in the interest of the community. All right, let's go out and do this thing. I can assume you're not going to break my arm. And now you break my arm. Well, why did you break my arm? Well, because, it would be better for the community if you didn't have such a good left arm. Because then people wouldn't feel so bad about being different. Well, that's fine. It's like nobody's disputing that it was within that employee's rights to report it. It was absolutely within their rights to report it. Anybody can report anything they see to anybody at any time. There's nothing stopping anybody from doing that. And you might argue that in this instance, you saw a substantial enough harm to the company that you felt like you had to report it with the whippets or something. Okay, I guess, but my point is, again, I don't trust your judgment. Like, I don't trust you to make decisions on whether or not it's a good idea to report somebody for something based on your predictions of how much it matters, right? I don't trust you at all on that. So there you go. It's like with my way, none of us have to trust anybody except to accept the universal rule that we respect each other's autonomy and do not try to harm the other person as some sort of tough love mechanism in the interest of the whole. So it's like, you don't have to trust me. I don't have to trust you for my way to work. For your guys' way to work, we all have to trust you. And that's not a good idea. Because I don't trust your judgment at all because you're not TI people. I shouldn't trust your judgment at all. It's not your fault that you're wrong. You can't help but see it through this TEFI lens. But that's why you shouldn't be in charge of determining things like this. Absolutely, it's Eric's moralism 101. Except the thing is, what Eric's doing is not talking about anything that's of Eric, right? What I'm saying is the universal thing is this, and we should all respect that. What you're saying is Alex's way is this, or Fly Guy's way is this, because I have these predictions about these impacts. That's fine. In my experience, people doing drugs at work is dangerous, disruptive, and I don't want to work with them. We're going to have to work with me. Okay, well, that's fine. And if you report them, that's fine too. And if everybody hates you, that's fine too. And if in fact the difficulty that this drug dealer presented to you as a workmate was your justification for returning them in, now you've got a whole slew of other problems because everybody hates you and makes your life more difficult at work. Regardless, in totality, I'm sure much more difficulty than the person that you reported in the first place. So now what do you do with your justification system? Now what do you do with it? Your predicted impacts have turned on you, and in fact, you did not get the good work result you wanted by reporting this person. You just got a bunch more people hate you, and your life more difficult at work. So, was it justified now? According to your justification system, absolutely not. But see, we can't do decisions on whether it's ethical or right or whatever to do something predicated on impacts because your predictions could be wrong, and we need to know now whether we should do something, not after we've done it and measured the impacts. Okay, well, that's smart of you, Fly Guy. So you wouldn't incur any negative impacts. What if, after that guy got fired, you discovered that his replacement is way worse at his job than the original guy was? What about that? You still have negative impacts, net, but they don't stem from anybody hating you. So now what do you do with your justification system? Because you didn't predict this. You didn't predict that the person they hired to replace him was going to be shitty at their job. On, the actual things that matter in a job, like effectiveness, efficiency, doing the thing you're supposed to do, etc. So we're presuming that this first person had all those things, fine. They also did something else that you didn't like, namely drugs at work. I do drugs at work all the time, keep in mind. Like, anytime I'm on a typing session, I'm pulling bong rips, I'm probably also on speed. But that's fine that you think that being on drugs at work is inherently bad. But what you surely can't assert is that being bad at your job is good, right? So there's nothing inherently bad about being on drugs at work. And it's not the case that somebody necessarily does their job worse because they're on drugs. Nor does it mean that there's not a better a better choice than the alternative, right? There's a reason they got hired in the first place. Well, in this instance, they're waiters and busboys. But sure, if we're talking about a pilot, you don't want your pilot to be drunk. It's also the case that if my pilot were tweaking, I wouldn't care. The point, Fly Guy, is there is no general rule we can apply that says anytime somebody's engaged in drug use at a workplace that it should be reported for impact reasons. Maybe it should be reported for some other reason, like fairness, for example. The reason I'm reporting you is because I don't get to do whippets at work, so why should you? That might be a justification for it, right? But if you're justifying it by impacts, that because he's doing drugs at work, there's net impacts to the business, you're lying to yourself. He may be the best option for the job, right? Regardless of his drug use. If you're just measuring impacts, you have to look at actual alternatives, not just look at, I try to isolate this one thing in terms of impact if you're using an impact calculus, which you were attempting to do. If you're not using an impact calculus, then that's fine. Then it's not a matter of whether or not it negatively impacts his work or not, right? I mean, I didn't always work for myself right now, like I do now, Alec. I was a classroom teacher, I was a debate coach, etc. And I was always on drugs. And I worked for corporations slash, well, I didn't work for public schools, so I mean I did a long time ago, but I'm not talking about that period of my life. And it was even the case occasionally during my drinking days that I'd be drunk on the job. Not often, very rarely, but occasionally that would happen. It doesn't mean that firing me and replacing him with somebody else was going to have good impacts. If you're talking about the debate coaching gig, it was the case that when I did get fired eventually, which was for bullshit reasons, that was not, I got fired for purportedly like talking shit about the company, but um, the only evidence she cited of this was internal emails I sent to her talking shit about her. Anyway, the point is, when I did get fired, they replaced me with some scrub. All the kids, everybody in the school suffered. It didn't matter whether I was on drugs or not. I was the most competent person, so every conceivable replacement except for one was going to make the whole school go to shit. Which was, my former ex-coach, my former assistant coach, Scott Wheeler, which she did eventually hire. I should never have told her, like, you're never going to find a replacement for me unless you hire Scott Wheeler, because I thought he was locked in where he was. She threw a shit ton of money at him to do my job part-time and do a half-assed job of it. She paid him almost as much money as she had paid me, but he only had to do 20 hours a week, whereas I was working like, 60-hour weeks. So right now, I'm not in the employ of somebody else. But what we can glean from this is that it is not correct to conclude that because somebody's doing drugs at work, that the net benefit to everybody and the business and everything is um, to report them and get them fired for that, right? In many instances, maybe there are no better alternatives, or the person maybe is super kick ass at their job, but they have this foible that you got to deal with. So we might argue all day about whether or not it was a good idea for the company to fire that guy, or whether, you know, like they should have that rule or not, or whatever. That's the point about impacts, is that we don't get to determine whether we should do things based on impacts, because those are just our subjective predictions. Ultimately, we don't get to know what's going to happen until after it does. No, I really was the most competent person. I was in a field, race lever, where competency was tested every day, all the time, in an actual zero-sum competition way. So the reason I know I was the best at my job was because, you know, when I was still at the job working with my elementary school kids on the upcoming debate tournament, I had this string of having won like 8 years of elementary school debate tournaments in a row, every single tournament for 8 years, which includes like at least 2, sometimes 3 tournaments a year. One of my elementary school teams had won it at the elementary school level. Obviously, we also had middle school, high school, but this is just an example. So I was prepping my elementary kids for the upcoming topic when I got fired. I only had like 6 weeks before the tournament at that point. I went and found 2 elementary school kids in Walnut and coached them on the topic. Meanwhile, my old team of juggernauts had been, my coaching had been replaced by a scrub coach replacement. And in those 6 weeks, my 2 new kids, I went to the tournament. We won that tournament, and all my juggernaut teams had gotten worse. It's like you didn't have to do anything. It was nice. It was a very satisfying win. Most satisfying win in my career, because it ended my former employer's elementary debate program entirely. And because I was there with these 2 kids, she had told them that the reason I was gone is not that she had fired me, but because I had moved away. That's what she told all the parents. They were only paying for one thing, me. They weren't paying for some other thing that she could replace. Like, she was constantly obsessed with this idea, because she was an ENTJ, that if I could put down the system of everything in place, then I'd be replaceable. She told me this on multiple occasions. Look, Eric, everyone's replaceable, even me. She'd say. Well, the thing is, that may be generally the case, but it's not the case with coaches or players. You can't replace a winning coach with some random person. You can replace one winning coach with 10 regular coaches, and you won't get the same results. That's fucking TE bullshit in a nutshell, right? Like, no, you can always articulate the system in ways that the individual can be replaced, because I'm TENI and I don't have any faith in actual individual creativity or intelligence. Well, of course, what always defeats TE in a debate round is NETI, because TE is always about, you know, impacts, but NETI is about being correct. Well, I don't imagine this busboy was a star employee either, and I don't think it was hard to replace him, and etc. Right? But the thing is, the real question then becomes: is it my job to evaluate his legitimacy as a member of this employment team? If it is, then fine, do that job. Or if it's not, then if we're going to bring it back down to reality, then what the fuck do I care? I'm just a waiter at some dumb restaurant. Why am I telling on my fellow employee? None of it matters to me or him anyway. Like, none of us should get that. If you're going to drag it down to that level, then why does either of them care about the company at all? They're just, employees who are making their living, putting in their hours, just trying to get by like everybody else. Trying to make their job a little unpleasant along the way, a little less unpleasant along the way by doing whippets. The real question is, if everyone is on drugs on your job except one employee that always comes in straight, would you tell on him? That's a good question. Like, if I had a rule where everybody needs to be on drugs at my job and somebody came in sober, would I expect the employee to tell on him? No, I wouldn't expect that. If they tried to tell on him, I'd say, hey, that's not your job to evaluate other people at your employee level. That's what management's for. I always tip away 20% unless they're an ass. I always tip 20% too. I don't think that really is informative about anything. Who doesn't? Nobody disagrees with you about what? I don't know what you're saying. Nobody disagrees with you about. It seems like I've been doing nothing but disagreeing with you. I mean, I think it's the job of employees to keep each other honest within reasonable. Like, maybe that qualifies as something where but even then, like, in my mind, it should have had to occur more than once for you to tell management about it, and in the first instance, you have to say something like, "Dude, you can't do that at work. I'm gonna report it if I see you doing this again." Something like that. What I last said didn't disagree with me. I don't remember what I last said. If they're all on the same side, you have scenarios like this where they hire all their friends to break the rules together. Well, all those things are possible, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's indicative of a better workplace where everybody's always breaking rules and stuff. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just what I'm basically arguing in favor of is you don't tell on people to the higher level of authority unless you've been unable to deal with it at this level first, and or it's an actual significant problem in and of itself that it has to be addressed. Or drug testing. Everybody here, I want to see at least 3 or 4 drugs in everybody's system. Otherwise, you're not doing enough drugs to be working at this job. Also, I should point out that whatever job I hired you for, in the job description is also, if you come upon any of the following drugs available at a reasonable price, let me know. Your job is to let me know and try to be my middleman, my connect. That's why I drug test my employees, to make sure they're still out there in the drug community so that I can reliably count on them to periodically come up on something like ecstasy or ketamine or something. My fellow year of the snakes are 13 years old right now. I guess that makes you 26? Is it 13 years between the things before it comes again? Yeah, I think Rachel told me 12 earlier. I asked her about this. Because she was thinking back to the last time that she had a year of the snake and remembering that it wasn't anything dramatically bad or whatever. Thing is, I also remember the last year of the snake very clearly because it was my first year of sobriety. So it's like I was getting sober, then I got sent to China for work. I was there for a few months. I came back, um, started doing some YouTubing and stuff. And I guess I don't remember the whole year very clearly, but I mean, yeah, well, I don't like it either, but I do it anyway. Like, we went to the barbecue place the other day, and it's just you used to go walk up to the counter, you order what you want, and then you wait a little while, and they give it to you. Like, there's no table service or anything. And after I put the order and I was going to pay with a card, it prompted me to tip. Of course, I tipped 15% anyway, even though there was absolutely no good reason to tip. And like adding tips to, like, say, DoorDash before it's even been delivered is just, I guess, saying, do you agree with us, the DoorDash company, that we should pay these people more? If so, you do it. Yeah, I prefer that you just add the tips to the cost of things or something, or just add it as an extra charge. Like, one time we went to this restaurant, I think they stopped doing it, but they had like a California charge on there that said basically there's an extra couple percent because of some California regulations that went into place. And we're going to just add that to your bill before we total it. So be aware that we're adding this extra thing to the actual cost on the menu. So it would be $12.99 on the menu, but in reality, if you bought that thing, then they added a few percent or whatever, so it was actually more than that. It's like, well, okay, if you got to do that, I guess that's one way to do it, but just increase the price of the food. Look, this whole, we don't want to increase the price of the food, but we can't afford to charge it the same amount. So we're going to add this extra thing that's something that's, it just seems very, very ridiculous to me. Just increase the price of the food or serve less food, you know, per thing or whatever. But everything's so expensive in California, it's ridiculous. I know things are a lot cheaper in other parts of the country. You know, it stresses me out. We don't have basically no income. A little bit here and there, but um, yeah, that causes me a lot of anxiety thinking about long-term stuff. But uh, if I were any number of words, I wouldn't be anxious about it. I'd be doing something about it. Instead, I'm Eric. I'm just doing this. Look at me go. I'm taking mushrooms and speed and live streaming. Well, that's a good way to accomplish things. Not. I bet you didn't expect that joke to come out tonight. Hennessy and a pack of Cools. I'm back ready to see the outcome of Alec and Eric. It's already over, I think. It was over before it began. The only problem was it took me a while to drag Alec back to the side of reason and justice. These arguments are always over before they start. I already know what the correct position on things is. People want to argue with me, but they don't. So it's like, the DoorDasher is drunk and high on the job, but he's really good at it. That's one of those things like, question is irrelevant. If you're a DoorDasher, there's no way anybody's going to tell on you for anything. Everybody's doing their best not to even look at you. No, I point out, Alec, that if you want it to be a particularist question, it's not your job. And if you want it to be a universal question, no good it comes from saying everybody should report every rules violation they see. You're trying to say let's make it job workplace specific, but in that context, it's not your job to tell them. And it's also not the case that we should have a different ethics for every context in life, as I've indicated. So your fundamental premise that in fact we should only apply some sort of weird workplace ethics that's predicated on the bottom line, it still doesn't justify anything at all, even within its own ethics. You can't establish that it's going to be beneficial to the company's bottom line for you to get this guy fired or to report on him at all. And in fact, it might be detrimental to that bottom line. And if you're predicating your decision on impacts that are beneficial to the company, well, then you can't justify it accordingly. I've said many, many different things, Alec. It's also the case that you wouldn't be fun at parties because you'd be telling on everybody for everything. If you generalize that rule, right? If you're saying, no, I only act like that in the workplace, well, I mean, what reason do I have to believe you? You think that every different context has its own ethics, so what's to stop you from saying, inside the house is I have a different ethics where it's fine for me to kill you. I mean, you can trust me outside the house. This is outside ethics, but inside. And the thing is, it's the bottom line is it's not me who wins this argument. I'm just the messenger, right? What I'm telling you and everybody all the time is the truth. It's the truth, not because I'm saying it at all. It has nothing to do with me. I can explain why it is that how it is that I came to be uniquely good at expressing these things and uniquely good at determining the truth. But that doesn't change the fact that what I'm saying is correct for everyone all the time, regardless of who says it. And, it's like if I were, in fact, just spewing stuff that were like, you should believe it because Eric said it, none of you would be here at all. You'd be at some better stream, and this stream would be populated with hundreds of thousands of idiots. And the reason, part of why what I say in general is true is the fact that it's not about me, This stream, in some sense, is like the Eric stream. It's just Eric talking, blah, 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 blah. But what am I not talking about very often? Sometimes I am. When I am, it's one of those sad streams, probably, where I'm talking about my car problems or whatever. But what I'm almost never talking about, certainly what I never argue with anybody about, is me. This is not one of those kind of self-obsessed vlogs, whatever, where some girl trying on all her different makeups and how they look on her and stuff. And those things get quite a bit of traffic even. But this channel is almost never about me. It's about something else all the time, be it politics, philosophy, whatever. I'm very bad about discourse about me in the sense that it's both like I have my experience to reference, but it's fourth slot. If I'm talking about my experiential stuff, it's probably something bad like, oh, this happened today, it sucked ass. And because FI is polar, so like I never really have any clarity of who I am. It's hard for me to talk about who I am accordingly. It's hard to talk about me and that kind of stuff because the meat of those kind of conversations involve paying attention to what's precious to you and that kind of stuff. Whereas that just makes me feel scared and confused, and I don't even know what to think about those things. I'm not very good necessarily at displaying this passion in my engagements with others that's responsible for correctness or that is necessary for correctness. Like, the thing is, though, the correctness was decided a long time ago before I ever start talking to somebody. So, it's also the case that for me, it doesn't matter what my emotions are, I still am going to parse things correctly. But it is the case that by and large, passion or displays of like anger or whatever are inconsistent with the processes of being correct. So I'm not always doing a good job of making what I'm saying be detached as much as it could be from me. Because if I'm passionate about what I'm saying, then it's understandable that people are going to make a linkage between what's being said and me, because I'm making it somewhat more about like how it's being said, tone and stuff like that. But I in general, I would like to do a better job of expressing in general that these things that I'm saying are not, I may be in some sense an author of the words, but that doesn't matter at all, right? Like, for example, when what I'm saying about negative rights and such is has long been understood, articulated by many other people, etc. Is not of my authorship. And the fact that I'm referencing it as determinate on certain questions is is expressly so. It's not like it's not it has nothing to do with who's saying it or whether I'm saying it or anything. Other truths are that are less other things I say that are just as true, there you won't find that same kind of historical authorship um, trail. You won't be able to validate by googling it and seeing that yes, this is how this is what that means and this is what it looks like, etc. Yeah, you Google negative rights framework and you'll see everybody articulate it basically the same way I'm articulating it. But there are plenty of things that I say that are correct that um, there aren't questions perhaps that aren't so obvious frame questions that maybe either the question hasn't been addressed by people directly, specifically that question before, or people are just wrong about it. This is where I come into conflict with people is that it's easy it's easy enough to get begrudging agreement with from people if they can Google a thing and just see that you are correct according to AI slash actual Google results or whatever. But of course, the thing is, the reason that you're correct and those Google results agree with you is the same thing always. It's because what's being said is actually defensible, and that there's a binary distinction between actually defensible and not. Right? It's not a matter of degree. Even though in some instances it may be determined by a standard, which is say not a rule, it nevertheless will bifurcate in its determinants. So, what was I? What was my train of thinking? I totally lost my train of thought. Hmm. I don't remember what I was saying. I tripped up on, well, I guess, whether that was the right word to describe the thing that comes out at the end being like, one thing goes in and two things come out, what each of those things would be. What's that? What's a name for that category of thing? And I said determinants, but I don't think that's the right word at all. And accordingly, because I used the wrong word there, I totally lost my train of thought. And then now all I can think about is what's actually the right word for that. And the thing is, not everything in life has to be determinate by way of rule to still be determinate in its outcomes, like it's two halves or whatever. So, um, so for example, like sex is determinate, even though, well, that one you can have plenty of hard rules for it, so it's not a good example. Well, like, I mean, I guess the best example is a species. It it's determinate whether something is a species, even though you can't pinpoint any specific thing that that makes it a hard fast set. In other words, you can't establish why it's a hard fast set, even though it is. Um, like for any given thing, like say a bouncy ball, it's not. There's lots of things that qualify as a bouncy ball. It's got a huge amount of variability within that set, but and it's not exactly sure what thing makes it eliminated from that set. Like, is anything that's ball shaped and bounces qualify as a bouncy ball, even if it's actually a bomb? Well, probably not, you know. So, in other words, the set is determinate. It does mean something specific. It is inclusive of some things and exclusive of other things, but it's determinate by a standard, not a rule. So there are lots of things like that in life where you've got flexibility within the thing, but not endless flexibility. Um, species species is an example of something that has flexibility within it and not endless flexibility. Individuals are also an example of something that has flexibility but not endless flexibility. Like I can get stronger or weaker, improve my health, I can change my appearance in various ways, but I can't actually say become a dog. I can never uh, still be me and do different things. And this philosophical question has been, in some ways, asked way back to the that boat of Thebes idea. I think that's what it was called, where like if you if you have a boat called Boat of Thieves, and over the years it gets worn, and various boards and elements of the boat get replaced until eventually every single thing is a new piece of thing. None of the original pieces remain. Is it still the same boat? Is the question that thing asks, right? But that doesn't matter as a question at all because is it the same boat? Well, it's for the purposes of humans, it qualifies as the same boat because it has the same name, refers to the same object in space. That object in space has been rebuilt in time, etc. But yeah, is it the same boat? Of course, it's the same boat because it's the fact that it's a boat, a specific boat, links entirely to human observation and usage anyway, etc. Right? But the question of this sort of set um, set adaptability variability within the set versus the set having a hard limit in some sense, that is a question that's a little bit different from that boat question, right? Because in the boat question, you have this arbitrary set established called sameness. And then everything else that happens is about that. In this question, you're asking, um, how do we establish that a given set is determinate if we can't establish specific um, rule-based criteria that that qualify something for the set? Can we say it even has a defined limit if we can't define the limits by determining the mechanisms of exclusion, right? Is that clear so far, everybody? um, well, this is the thing is not an experimental segment of stream where I'm looking down 90% of the time. I'm explaining something, god damn it. I'm explaining something that matters a shit ton because it underlies people's like misconceptions about the world and the way things are all the time. So the thing is, when you the point I'm making here, which is critically important, is that we do have sets that have a clearly defined limit in terms of how we use them, etc. That we can't define that limit according to that mechanism. Things like fish. Whether or not something's a fish, it's a term that we can agree on. That's a fish. That's not a fish. But any set of rules we try to put into place will exclude some things that are intuitively fish and exclude things that will exclude things that are fish and include things that aren't fish intuitively. And there's no good way to have a, a system of rules replace what's fundamentally a standard. And the difference between a rules and a standard is a standard requires to one to factor in various things and make a holistic determination about it. It's like the difference between are you old enough to drive and are you mature enough to drive. So the thing is, what happens a lot of times is that people will think that because something um, is one kind of thing or the other, like because oh, I am making sense, but now I've lost my momentum. Yeah. The point is a lot of problems with the arguments people make stem from the fact that they're either saying this isn't a real set because it doesn't have any falsification or exclusion mechanisms established that are determinate on the point, or they'll be saying that that it doesn't like essentially have it not work as a demarcator in certain parts of their reasoning and have it function as a demarcator in other parts of their reasoning. It's if I had had like one more gallon of gas, I would have gotten the thing out actually in full, etc. But I don't know. Now to just sit there forever like that, I guess. Just another explanation thrown on the pile of explanations of things I want to explain. By and large, my explanations are really just observations about the way things are. They're not that entails explaining things, obviously, but people want to argue with me because they think it's some kind of thing other than descriptive of how things are. They think it's some kind of advocacy or whatever. So, obviously I try to explain as best I can why people. I can't explain. I can explain why people don't understand or agree with me or what have you. But I guess in this, I was trying to explain the mechanism of by which they're wrong in certain instances. Like, for example, in thinking that species can evolve into a different species, is a mistake of thinking that because a set is determinate on a standard, that it's endlessly malleable and it's not really a set limit. And the thing that happens in the reasoning there is, in some instances, they're treating it as though it were a set limit. They're talking about a species as being a specific thing when they're saying that one evolved into two, for example. And in other instances, they're saying it's not a specific thing. It doesn't function like an actual set limit. The thing can um, become something else out of it, right? Like if you're a bouncy ball in a bouncy ball set, um, you might become something else in the sense that somebody might take the ball and melt it down. But upon upon doing so, it would leave the set, and um, there's no way for it to become, I guess, for bouncy balls to over time, the set of bouncy balls over time to somehow become to separate off part of things that are bouncy balls into another thing that also contains only bouncy balls, and for these things to someday become not bouncy balls. I don't know. The point is, there's to explain the problem in reasoning is to explain like a problem of sets and the jobs that different things do when making arguments, right? So for it is determinate argumentationally that we negate evolution right at the starting gates because it's using the term species to mean two different things depending on context. It's equivocating on the core term, and there's a failure to define it adequately. So the claim that speciation is justified, blah, 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 right? That doesn't mean that people are going to agree with me just because it's argumentationally set. So what I'm trying to explain in that instance is not just an explanation of like, well, there's contradiction here, um, or equivocation on the term, but I'm trying to explain the mechanical level failure behind that. So, and like mechanically, it's a failure to, I think, uh, understand that just because a set is determinate on a standard rather than a right rule doesn't mean that it's not actually determinate. And they are operating as though it is, and accordingly, that's sort of on the machine code level the mistake of their reasoning. And that's my explanation of things. And again, just a description of what's going on mechanically there is like I whether or not you can lay to the fact that they're wrong at the feet of this exactly is a separate question, but it is the case that there's a treatment of this kind of determinate set as indeterminate, and it's also the case that that set has this standard versus rule quality to it. And so when, I mean, I guess I'm making a leap by saying that it's necessarily because of that the person thinks whatever, but I don't know, I'm just trying to explain things the best I can. Maybe when I get into why someone else is wrong, there's no good way to answer that question, maybe. It's like, this could be a reason why they're wrong. That could be a reason. Who knows why they're wrong? I can explain how they're wrong, like I was doing there. I can diagnose that there's, well, the circuit here is interrupted by this burnt out bit right there. But answering the question is like, well, why did it burn out? I don't know. Or how do you fix it? I don't know. That's them. I can't fix their wrongness. I can just maybe speculate about maybe it's this. This is a good explanation about things. It is a correct explanation about things, the way they are, and what that represents mechanically. But it doesn't really tell us about them at all, per se. In general, I'd call that A level armchair philosophy. Not quite A plus, but a solid A. Not A minus either. Hi, I'm Eric. Would you like to be an armchair philosopher like me? Well, you can join my new symposium for just $1,200 called Armchair Philosophizing in You for fun and profit. Because there's nothing more profitable than armchair philosophizing. You might hear people say things like, there's no way you can make a living doing that. What? You know what? If they were right, then why would I be having this class? I don't think oh God, it's horrible in general. Fucking, oh God. If you mess it up, it's fucking horrible. I gotta like rinse out my whole mouth and start over again. Looks like I'm ready for a smoke break, is right. I'm standing up for nothing. I'm standing up for something, I guess. I'm standing up for America. That's what I stand up for. Okay? Unlike all this anti-America stuff that I've been hearing tonight. People are like, turn in your friends to being a commie or something. Like, joke's on you. Only commies do that. There's no commie way to not be commie. What do you want? I don't want to watch you eat. I already know what you want. Why do I ask you that? I always know what the answer is. I shouldn't ask questions when I already know what the answer is. No point in asking questions just to ask them to hear yourself asking them. He has plenty of food. Okay? He has all the food he wants. Intuition pumping. What's intuition pumping? Take that. That's my intuition. Pump it, pump it. My intuition. Is that what intuition pumping is? I got a mouthful of inexpertly placed fucking denture, yeah, and I'm ready to go. Trouble, I don't want to watch you eat right now, okay, dog? Let me just go smoke a cigarette. Keep in mind, those of you who are saying feed the cat, he has a whole plate full of food. Just right in there, he can eat it anytime he wants. All he's got to do is choose to eat it. The only barrier between him and food is his own choice. Okay, I'll come smoke out here so that I'll be close to you while you're eating. He seems to accept this as an acceptable outcome. So if I do this, I go stand right here and smoke a cigarette with the door open. He seems to accept this as good enough. I turned on the light to make sure I could see him better. It's like Eric is not actually looking at him. It makes a difference. Yeah, it would work just as well if I was blind. Hmm. Oh, right, I'm live streaming. I was thinking that the difference between sets like the set of numbers that are divisible by 3 as opposed to things like the set of there's some meandering to it. I hadn't gotten to that spot in my thinking really exactly to come up with an example, but like the difference between that kind of set, mathematical sets where numbers divisible by 3, where you can use a simple rule to be determined, and everything's either 100% included in the set, 100% excluded in the set, from the set, and um, I think most world life sets aren't really like that, I guess. And of course, the thing to remember is that all these things like sets and terms like species or the idea of things being distinct but of a certain category, for example. Um, there, I'd say their observation first. What does that sound? I should get a flashlight. Neighbors are out of town this weekend. They kind of asked me to keep an eye on this house. Well, I'll say something super important too. I got distracted. Oh, right. Their observation first. It's not like, let's say, a hypothetical where you go, let's assign this thing, this label, and let's arbitrarily section off this section and call it this, right? You can do that with any given amount of malleable yeah. You can say let's arbitrarily section off some and label it something, and let's section off some other and label something else. That's a different order of beast then. And it's observational first, which is to say, like if you're mapping the world, like if you're actually physically mapping territory, your thing you're making is supposed to be exact as possible replica of something that you can also there's clear and articulable concrete ways to check against something to check against. That's the best way to say that. Where in the other example, the only thing you have to check against is whatever rules you put in place in the first place as standards to check against. Both of them, both kinds of things, will still be, correct or incorrect because they have something to check against either way. But we should take the claims of the one's observation first much more seriously because the claims of the latter are predicated on their, the assumption of their world building in the first place. I don't remember what I was talking about when I made that distinction between and those different kinds of ideas. But I mean, it would apply to things like um, are you behaving like a Leo? Well, that's gonna be you can be correct or incorrect in your articulation of the answer, right? Like yes, he's behaving like a Leo, or no, he's not, because there's something to compare against. The standards that were put in place by people saying Leos are like this. No, 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 no. And so there is such a thing as behaving like a Leo or not. And you can be correct about that. But the thing is, any claims about the world involving that sort of thing are not observational of the world, and therefore that's how they come to be, but rather are, um, well, we've got this many different expressions of human and this many different expressions of the zodiac. Let's assign some set of them to each of them, right? People might say it's observation first, but it's the sort of thing that can't be observation first because, um, first of all, it's like it would be predicated on people that you know that are this way or that way and stuff like that. But also, it's predicated on the idea that everybody and born between certain periods of time have the same personality, and that's observationally false by whatever metric of personality or sameness you can conceivably use. So, whatever it is I was talking about before, it was not like that kind of thing, where the distinctions being made are real distinctions and can be referred to and such, but are in and of their just within the system. Like they're not observations of reality, right? They're not driven by observation first. And once they make their observations, like once they make their rules, there's no checking to see if they're right. In other words, like astrology didn't go, all right, now let's look at some Scorpios and see if we're right about them. And if not, let's change what we have to say about them. It didn't go through that process. It probably wouldn't have survived that process because we would have realized quickly that, oh my God, all these Scorpios are so incredibly different from one another. Maybe this astrology stuff is just bullshit. That's what they would have concluded had they done the obvious test. Anybody can do really knows a decent number of people, but this Eric's probably the coolest guy who doesn't believe in evolution. Wow, that's good news. But I think probably more commentary on other anti-evolution people than anything else. And Alec, the thing is, I don't feel like I won any debate or anything. I just feel like I once again presented what is correct, and you gave me some pushback on it for a while. I know people do not find this quality of mind endearing. Like, Eric, stop acting like you're right about everything all the time. I don't want to act like that, but I'm not trying to act like anything. I'm just trying to explain things and often getting unexpected pushback because people don't like my explanations. Sometimes I'm forced to, retreat from my claims a bit, like with the whole autism thing. I have to acknowledge that it's conceivable it could be like something where, like lead poisoning, where you get severe indications of it at one end that look very much like the thing, and you also get very mild indications of it that are not even showing anything at all that you could, unless you were testing for it or something. So it could be a spectrum thing like that, you know. It wouldn't be unique in the world of human ailments if it were, but my claim is, it's more correctly understood as a variant, like Down syndrome. We just don't understand the mechanisms yet, but I accept that I cannot win that argument. I was forced to retreat somewhat from my claims on that point by arguing with Fly Guy yesterday about it. So it does happen, you know. It's not it's not like correctness is belongs to anybody, right? It doesn't belong to anybody. The correctness will always win because it's correct, because that's what correctness does. Anyway, my challenge then is to convey to everybody, like if I were, it's so easy if I were like a history YouTuber. I'd cite various sources and um, there's something to check against, right? Like in the example about mapping the world or even astrology, where there's something to check against. This determinant. Like I might be saying things that are correct, but things that we have to check against are not that kind of thing, right? Like normative claims are predicated on somewhat on an acceptance of a system as determinant on the question of morality, negative morality questions anyway, on a lot of different stuff that makes them both. They're foremost observation driven in the sense that humans are faced with a lot of moral moral choices that bifurcate, right? Like, and the justifications bifurcate as well. So, in that sense, it's observational, but it's also the case that almost all the claims, once you get past that initial stage of it being observational, all the claims are things predicated on things predicated on things, right? So, if you're trying to critique it for its universality, it's going to be a little bit of a it's going to involve some labor, right? You're gonna and the kind of observations that it's predicated on are things you won't necessarily see as observations of reality, like that's a tree and that's a bush or something, but as some sort of intellectual exercise, which is absolutely not. It's the same kind of observation as that's a tree, that's a bush. It's just as real, but but people have a harder time understanding that because it's not concrete in the same way that a tree and a bush are. So my challenge then is to explain to everybody things that are correct because that's basically my job in life. And to my challenge is to detach me from it in the sense that I wish I could be like a history YouTuber who was just telling a story about the past and nobody would say, "You're wrong about that," unless I was actually wrong about stuff. Right? Like if I said the battle happened November 12th and the wide historical consensus is that it happened on the 11th or something, and then you get that kind of pushback. But by and large, if you're just recounting an accurate retelling of history, you're not going to get any pushback. If I'm explaining something that people already have wide consensus about, like, um, you know, how to do long division, which would make for exciting videos for sure. How to do long division with Eric. Nobody would think like, oh, well, what he's saying isn't correct. But because the kind of things that I'm saying are correct, and to understand why they're correct or that they're correct determinedly requires you to have a fair amount of knowledge vested already in the field of correctness. So my challenge is to how to say this is not because Eric thinks he's right or Eric's a peasant or Eric is wanting to show how smart he is or anything like that. And instead, get people to understand that the correctness is for all of us. We just have to reach out and embrace its sweet, sweet glory. Correctness is for all of us. That is a great campaign slogan for correctness. You get more views if you did tutorials on long division. Your demographic would be lower in age for sure. I think I'd get less engaging chats from that demographic as well. It would more be along the lines of, what's 25,312 divided by 1,042? And then I'd be like, use a calculator. I don't know. If a thrush falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound. Yes, it does. It's the only thing that does make a sound. When a thrush falls in the forest, everything else has to be quiet. You listen to the glorious sound of it falling. All the birds stop chirping, just deathly silent. And then the glorious thrush falls. It was born to fall. That was its destiny from the outset. Somebody's a little tired, Eric. Somebody's a tired Eric. I wonder who. It's not me. Oh, wait, yeah, it's you. I'm a tired Eric. I'm the one I'm talking about. Don't try to make other people tired. That's not being a cool guy. Gonna make a YouTube channel about long division. It's gonna be about how to divide various numbers. I'm gonna always have the same teaching prescription for them. Just go ahead and use a calculator. How do you divide these numbers? Use a calculator, of course. Who would ever devise them any other way? Like, you don't hear anybody being like, look at me. I can talk to you in Morse code. Because that's not an efficient way of talking to anybody. Nor is it efficient to do long division. Once you just use a calculator, that's for sure. And then one could avoid doing all that long division. Nobody wants to do that stuff by hand, indeed. Nobody wants to send out Morse code or smoke signals neither, because that's not a good way to accomplish stuff. That's a very slow and inefficient way. Let's go. Oh yeah, changing up the beat like nobody's business. Since I got this $50 keyboard, I never touch my expensive instruments at all. Not that any of my instruments are very expensive, but what a waste of money was that bass cabinet, y'all. I never play the bass, even if I needed a bass. Now I use the keyboard instead. Keyboard is just fundamentally a better instrument than the guitar. I'm sorry, guitar, to tell you that, but it just is better. Like, you don't make any beats or anything. Guitar, you just sit there in my hands, expect me to do all the work. I'm not cool with that, you know? I'm tired of being your bitch. That's why I come over to the keyboard. I haven't just come over to keyboard. I've come over to the wonderful world of Eurotrance as well. If you aren't entranced by Eurotrance, I don't know what is wrong with you. Y'all, let's go dancing. In Stuttgart. It's Eurotrance. Do you feel the Eurotrance? Ba, 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 ba. Everybody, let's take drugs and dance the night away in the wonderful place they call Europe. That's right. That's where you get this kind of music from. Everybody dancing and doing some drugs. We're all in Europe and we're going to clubs. Everybody loves it all of the time. They're like, hey, look at us, it's Europeans, time to shine. We're here in Europe at a rave. We're saying this is totally great. We're doing drugs and dancing all night. And why? Because it's Europe. I mean Europe. Incorporate or dance moves into his performance. Oh, more dance moves into his performance. I'm not a very good dancer is part of the problem with that idea. Sometimes I do dance a little bit. You know, like like that kind of dancing. Like ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba flares to the end of things. Kind of dancing is the kind of dancing I'm pretty good at. I'm an excellent tap dancer, obviously. Tippity tap 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 tappity tap. I began my career in tap. moved on to ballet, do some jazz dance, of course. Now I specialize in post-industrial hip hop. Kind of dance I do. It's pretty impressive stuff. It's like, whoa, look at me dancing. Yeah. Well, I was inspired by the Olympics to take up breakdancing. I've been breaking ever since. It's like, put down a cardboard box anywhere on the ground in front of me, and all of a sudden you'll see me there spinning around. First on my back, then on my head. Then put in a pose. And like, just some random person walking by, I'd be like, your turn. Like, what? I said, your turn, bitch. Like, I'm just walking by. Well, never too late to start the break dance. Your time is now. And the lady walking by said, all right then. She comes over and starts breakdancing on the box. I guess you were right. It is never too late to learn. That's how it goes in reality. It's the cool thing about reality is the way it works out like that. Alright, I'm going out to the bar for some beer, music, gambling, and turn down some women and break some hearts. Good for you, race leader. Good for you. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. Don't be afraid to take some drugs if somebody offers. Never hurts. Sometimes it does. Ask what kind of drugs they have first. As a general rule, if they're uppers, say yes. If they're downers, say no. If they're psychedelics, say yes. Unless it's mescaline, in which case, say no. Ketamine, yes. PCP, no. Remember that, because they're both similar classes of drug. You might get them confused. Wait a second. Is this PCP or ketamine? They're so chemically similar. Probably somebody with either one of those drugs knows which one it is, I would guess, even though they're chemically similar. God damn it, Juan. Did you mix up the ketamine and PCP shipments again? Ah, Hefe. They're so chemically similar, pharmacologically similar. I got them confused. So keep that in mind, everybody. If you've got some ketamine and some PCP, keep them in a separate bag, label them accordingly. I wonder how many people have both of those things at one time. I don't think of PCP as being something that people really do anymore. Maybe they do it. I don't know. Time for a smoker's right. I think of PCP being like Quaaludes, something that people don't do anymore. But there'd be a totally different reasoning. The Quaaludes were banned by the U.S. at a certain point a long time ago and are very illegal. There's just not not really any pharmacy company making them anymore, and for whatever reason, it hasn't become popular on the black market. I guess it's not a very good recreational drug or something. I do remember the general rule, which I believe was taken from some movie, of never drive on Quaaludes. Yeah, Eric, please. It's 3 a.m. I have a job interview tomorrow. Eric. Swearing profusely while executing a flawless military time. I can't stop. The chase has begun. Is that what's happening? I don't know what world you're describing. Aw, heck yeah, bro. At Teabag. You smoke grass with PCP on it and you were in jail for 6 months after. PCP does sound like no joke. Yeah, apparently it's like got the dissociative effects of ketamine, but you're up and about instead of being like sitting in one place. BPM is beats per minute. Yeah, it is. I couldn't quite read it from here through the window. Is why I didn't successfully read it. 180 BPM military time. Step on my kitchen tile. I can't stop. The chase has begun. That's pretty fast. I don't normally do anything that fast. I, when I was a kid, my friend Dave, he informed me of the rules about drugs, which were no needles, no PCP. Rules I've adhered to my entire life. And other things I would add on now, possibly, but they're just because those firm rules doesn't mean that they're doesn't you can't conclude that everything else is a good idea. I'm in the dark. I just didn't turn on the lights out here. I don't really like it when the lights are on out here. I prefer the night to be dark. Also, I think about the moths and how sad it is for them. They're trying to orient themselves according to the light. There's a light source nearby, which presumably should be the moon, They keep thinking that our lights are the moon. They get stuck in this endless cycle of going around and around because they can't figure out why the moon keeps moving so much respect to them. It's funny when you talk about it, but it's sad when you think about it. So I try not to leave lights on at night. But that's not really why I don't leave them on, per se. It's one factor, I guess. But mostly I just like the night to be dark. I don't like it at all when like the neighbors have these bright lights on or something to illuminate the outside to make sure that at all times my little property must be. I have to see everything as though it were daytime. I don't like that. These idiots down the street, they put in front of their house for some goddamn reason a couple of street lamps. There are no street lights around here at all. It's dark at night. We don't expect some artificial daytime during night, which is insane anyway. But So the idiots put in powerful fucking street lights in front of their house. Fortunately, once I go that way a little bit, I can't really see them. And not that much of an annoyance, but it's just they look ugly, they're stupid, they're again running against the grain of what the whole idea of living out here is all about for almost everybody else in the community. Like, let's move out to the woods and make it more like the city. Well, that's a good idea. That's a fucking brilliant ESTJ logic, right? Oh, I love the woods. Let me go out there and make it into the city. One step at a time, without even having any idea what I'm doing. You know what I hate? All these trees around the house, dropping all these needles and stuff. Let's just cut these down and put cement. Then I don't have to worry about the needles getting all over my property. Classic ESTJ maneuver. Like, who knows what people. I mean, that's the horror of anti-polar for you. In all of its glory. Just like it was replete in this house after the original people who made it and before us, as they decided to install these horrible ceiling fans in every room, uh, presumably to minimize cooling costs, I guess, but they couldn't fuck themselves up too much. But when we looked at it, like upstairs, the wall in this upstairs was just covered in dozens and dozens of cross crucifixes. How many crucifixes do you possibly need on your wall to remind yourself that you're Christian? I remember when I was married to an as a kid, she put signs up telling us things like, "Today I choose joy." Okay. Talk about anti-polar. Like, nothing has any inherent relevance one way or the other. It's just, you have the right attitude. And to a certain extent, they're right. Like, they move through life believing something completely bullshit about themselves and have it validated entirely by the world, like Dave Matthews or something. Who I'm sure thinks he makes great music, probably. He must think that. Otherwise, why would he make music like that? I've never heard him. I don't have any statements that he's made about his own music to justify my claim or anything. He probably thinks he's doing a fine job artistically. He'd probably point to his success and stuff as evidence of such. But that's the power of anti-polar sometimes. Lots of terrible, horrible ideas that are demonstrative of anti-polar get carried through. Because, anti-polar people, well, they are an interface type, either TE or FE DOMs. Boy, I'm hungry. Oh, I just felt it right now. All of a sudden. I should make some food. Let's see what we got here. We got a lot. We got a stock freezer right now. We could go Salisbury steak. I could go spaghetti and meat sauce. I could go fettuccine, sweet and sour chicken, fried chicken, roast turkey. Look at all these choices. I'm paralyzed by too many choices. Then we've got some Marie calendars too. We've got cheese ravioli, 4 cheese ravioli. Maybe that one for Rachel because I know she likes ravioli a lot. 2 pot roast. Of course, we've also got hot pies, but I know I'm not going to eat one of those. Gosh, I really don't know what to eat. I'll have a Salisbury steak, I guess. Seems like we got the most of these, so it feels like least impactful of future choice to eat one of these. Oh. Boy, it's crazy how good for me mushrooms are. Like, I can just feel my body, like, returning to a healthier state of being, a better relationship with my SI and such. 5.5 minutes, huh? Oh, huh. This one actually does not have any stop and stir thing in the middle. It does say to cut a slit in the middle. So I just put it in for the amount of time it says. Oh. That's super unusual. Almost never do you get the no stir. 5.5 minutes there. I do feel myself still very quenchy in my body to some extent, but I also feel like more aware of it, I guess. And thus more able to consciously decide to unclench. I normally would. Clench what? Clench everything all the time. I tendency to be super. Oh. Microwave Salisbury steak means gas. That's fine. I don't think it does for me, but I don't really think any particular food causes me to have gas regularly or consistently over time, except maybe, presumably beans would, but I don't even think that's the case. I eat plenty of bean burritos and such. Like broccoli used to, but I think my system's gotten used to it. I eat a fair amount of broccoli these days. I guess I've got the stomach of 1,000 armies. Oh, I'm tired too. Tired and like spent of all of my energies. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m. I got a typing session. It's actually a pretty good time to have one, given my when I'm likely to go to sleep tonight, when I'm likely to sleep tomorrow during the day, etc. 10 p.m. is a pretty good time. Sometimes I have to worry about, like, oh God, what if I've scheduled this thing, but I'm all whacked out. I'm gonna be up till this time. I'm gonna crash out at this time. Uh-oh. Sometimes it's like that, which is a good sign that maybe I shouldn't be doing so many drugs. Oh. We'll be live. Well, that would be interesting. It would be a bit involved. Um, but yeah, maybe we could do that. It's not that involved. It just requires me to set up on the computer first. And then I could join on Meet on my phone. And I wouldn't be stuck in front of the computer. That's plausible. I'll try to do that. Hopefully I don't run into any major complications right now. It's been a while since I've tried to stream from software. Presumably it'll be easy enough, same thing as always, but we'll see what the old OBS has to say about that. There's football tomorrow, right? Big football tomorrow. Big games. I'm interested in watching both of them, but I'm assuming New England will handle Denver without their quarterback. I don't know who their backup is. But sometimes backups rise to the occasion and do a great job. Apparently, they're without their running back too. So I'm a little bit less interested in that game, but I'm curious to see if the Rams can beat Seattle. I'm from Los Angeles, so it's kind of unavoidable that I'll be rooting for the Rams. But with NFL football, I don't really care that much about the individual teams. So what I'd really be rooting for is a good game. There's nothing quite as exciting as a good football playoff game. You get some games goes down to the wire, especially if teams are exchanging blows late in the fourth quarter and stuff. There's really nothing quite as exciting as that in sports. I do feel like the peaceful afterglow of mushrooms kicking on about, it was about 5 hours after I ate them. A little less than that. They're so good for me. It's weird how something like that, you know, I have relationships with lots of drugs, have had, still have, whatever in my life. And they're all a mixed bag, like you get the good, you get the bad. You put together what do you have, the facts of life. They're all subject to the same kind of harm possibility, which is, where's that fucking roll of toilet paper? There it is. Which is, you could like it too much, abuse it, and then have problems, right? Mushrooms is the only drug I can think of that I had such a purely, entirely positive relationship with, where it's not just like, okay, well, I'm doing this to have fun and like not deal with the world's actualities and such. But it feels like the best thing I can do for myself, like medically, spiritually, whatever. I consistently have just wonderful time on them, but also there's just like good for me in every conceivable way. They're a super great blessing, you know, a super fun drug that doesn't have any downside. New England will win. I think that's pretty obvious, right? It's pretty big spread on them. But the other game is only a 2.5 point spread. And oftentimes in the NFL, the spreads are very right. Like, it'll be like a 3-point game or something. I mean, they're never exactly right because there are no 0.5s in football, and it seems like they always have a 0.5. But maybe they don't always have a 0.5. I don't know about that. Maybe sometimes it just is like 3 points. Well, I think they like doing the half points because it's like, if it makes it clear that like if you win by 2 points, then you haven't covered the spread. But if you win by 3 points, then you have covered the spread. So they probably always have 0.5s, would be my guess. I'm not really into sports gambling at all. I do like regular gambling. Like, I'll watch YouTube content about regular gambling. Bretsky, anyway. I watch Bretsky almost every single day. He always has some new 20 to 30 minute long video of him gambling at slot machines, usually. Sometimes at the automated table games like bubble craps or roulette, that is the equivalent to bubble craps. Or it's like a machine without an actual dealer. Because generally he's not allowed to film at the tables, I think. Well, sometimes he does that too, and sometimes they accommodate him. He obviously gambles a lot of money, so it would be understandable that they'd want to accommodate him. Oh my God, the runny nose. Enough already with the runny nose. Just stop. I don't want any more snot. I did not ask for any more snot. I don't want any more. I didn't even want the first shipment of snot. I definitely don't want these follow-up shipments. Like, did I click some box like auto refill or something? Auto re-snot. As soon as you wipe away the existing snot, just replace it with some new snot, please. Who would check that box? Nobody. So even if that box is checked, snot maker, I can assure you it was an accident. I'd like to uncheck it now, please. Like the owners of snot making company are like, what? Eric, you're our best customer. I'm not your customer. You're forcing your product on me. Oh, this company. I wish they would go out of business. This snot co. Oh, this is like filling you with unwantedness like AOL CD-ROMs. That is what snot you are to the body as AOL CD-ROMs are to the male. So, Rachel took an Adderall today too. After all of that whole nonsense we had with the dopamine crash and such. But, she wanted to party today. And that's to be expected. And we'll go through the real crash starting like Monday. Got one more for tomorrow for me to do typing session and such. You think it's worth putting money on the brokers if that's the line? Let's see. What's the spread? I have to look at it. Look at it online. Let's see if this person responds to me. I don't want to do that. I have any significant mail. No, I don't think so. Choosing to what? Choosing to be misunderstood. Who is this guy and how did I get on his mailing list? I made the decision last year that everyone in my life thought was wrong. Not dramatically wrong, nobody staged an intervention, but wrong enough that people kept asking me to explain it. Wrong enough that I could see their confusion on their faces when I tried to justify it. Wrong enough that I started doubting myself. Well, this sounds like a goals. G is for goals. How did I get on your mailing list? I'm sure I did not sign up for your mailing list. I do not understand how that came to be. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk for the Pats either. Is it at Denver or is it at New England? It should be at Denver, right? Yeah, it's at Denver. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a cakewalk for the Pats either. So the line is, oh, actually, They're only favored by 3.5 points. I thought the spread was bigger than that. If the spread's only 3.5, I'd put money on the Pats to cover the spread if I were a betting man. The prediction has the Pats at 60% essentially chance to win. Oh, one of their starting linebackers is out, the Patriots, and they've got a DT out, a running back, and another defensive tackle. So they might be a little thin up front on the defense, with injuries bringing into question both the defensive tackle spot and the linebacker spot. I'd be less worried about impacts on their offense. You know, a running back and a wideout more easily replaceable than a defensive tackle. Now, when you look at the Broncos, who they've got hurt, well, obviously number one on the list is their starting quarterback, Bo Nix. Luke Wattenberg, a center, is questionable. A safety, questionable. A linebacker, injury reserve. A wideout. I mean, uh, it really depends on how the Broncos' backup quarterback performs, you know? Who is the Broncos' backup quarterback? I don't know who their backup quarterback is. I like sports a lot, though. I do. I do like sports. I think it's a wonderful place in the world where it's it's broadly exciting to lots of different kinds of people, and where you can have examples of competition at its fiercest, also application of fairness at its best consistently. And it produces authentic drama. You don't really know what's going to happen. Any given game could be shitty, you know? It's the kind of thing where people still want to go out of their houses and go see it in person, even though it's less comfortable because of the community aspect of rooting for your team all together and opposed to the other guys. Without it, almost never does it turn into something toxic or something beyond just a healthy enough rivalry between people of different cities or what have you. You know, you watch sports, but it's also the case that it's like John Boy media watching the people in the stands can be itself hugely entertaining and also revelatory of all the different wonderful, things about sports. People screaming at the refs or people, you know, high fiving each other, being like, "It's over, we got this." And then as the other team comes back, you see the despair. It's all wonderful stuff. Because sports gives us this artificially drawn frame in which the people there can invest huge importance to what's going on within that frame, and it mean everything to them, even though, like, means absolutely everything to them whether they win this lacrosse game, for example, and they're just agonized by missing this shot. But at the end of the day, the beautiful thing about sports is there are no actual consequences in the real world for your fuck up, right? I mean, you may experience actual consequences, your team, whatever, but in some sense, sports is pretend, like a story where the main character gets hurt, dies, or whatever, and you feel all sad about it, but it's a very different thing than if your friend gets hurt and dies and you feel sad about it. Of course, sometimes in sports, people don't show necessarily the prettiest side of humanity, like in soccer, when players are always falling down, pretending to be hurt and stuff. It's like, I didn't know that lying was a good tactic in soccer. Here in the beautiful game of football, it rewards artistry with dribbling, shooting, passing, and of course, lying. We train our players by having them watch videos of people who actually have crushing leg injuries and how they behave. And say, act like that. Oh God, my leg. Look, soccer players, will you stop grabbing your legs? Just, oh, my leg. You grab it and roll around. We just knock it off. Your legs are fine. Of course, when soccer players actually hurt, they like try to get up and run off the field as quickly as possible. Everybody, let's stop the game. Joe over here is rolling around dramatically just outside the box. Are you okay, Joe? Oh, God, no. Oh, the horror. And the people come out, spray some spray on him. He gets up, he has to go off to the sideline for a couple minutes. And comes back in, good as new. Or, well, I'm sorry, but if you're so hurt, you have to stop the whole game to deal with you. You should not be coming back into the game like a minute later just fine. Oh, soccer. Will you never learn? Oh, football. You didn't have the name football. It's fine. I think we should call American football hand egg. Somebody in the stream recommended that, and I like the idea. That would be clear what we're talking about. Be no confusion there. There's not another game that called. Well, you could mistake rugby for hand egg, maybe. But you know, a rugby ball is not the same as a football. It's not as egg-like. Regardless of the appeal of the name, hand egg for the sport of football, I suspect that the governing body of football is not going to change its name anytime soon. From football to hand egg. So I guess we'll just have to live with it calling it football. A lot of good sports coming up this year. Got the Olympics coming up in February. We've got a World Cup. I'm not sure if it's men's or women's, but coming up this June. I'm looking forward to the baseball season because the Athletics are, I think they're really this is going to be their year. The chicks take some good drugs in rollerball. I don't think I've seen rollerball, which is why I've not responded to what you said there, I guess. I should have just read it and responded to you anyway. I don't know why I didn't. I guess it's still a little bit of the mushrooms going on. When I'm on mushrooms, I obviously engage with the chat a lot less than when I'm not on mushrooms. I can go on, what Alec earlier called like experimental stream where I look down and muse about philosophy topics for a while. Or try to explain something is really what's going on. I'm kind of like the snot company. I keep making more snot. So here, didn't you order all this snot? And the people are like, no, I did not order any of this. Well, here you go anyway. Talking about sports having consequences outside the athletic arena, huh? In rollerball, presumably, it blurs the line between the field and the world. I'm guessing that there's ladies that roll around on roller skates and they kill people. So I'm thinking. I don't think Ruben is still here, but maybe he is. Who knows? I'm no expert in who's here, obviously. I didn't get my college degree in who's here. The only way anybody can know anything in the world is if they have a college degree. And I don't think I have one. 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 is to have a college degree in the thing. Ideally a PhD, but if not, at least a master's degree. It's actually men on skates, huh? Isn't like roller skating, like roller derby, a girl sport? Ruben, are you and your very own nutsack still here? I think if he were, he probably would have said, yes, I am by now. So, or he might just prefer lurking too. Who knows? Regardless, stream's winding down. So, there's a party on my face. I'm about to dance on it. About to dance on it. About to dance on it. To quote Iggy Azalea. Let me see if there's anything worth watching on the television. Like maybe a sporting event or something. Yeah, I'm here about literally just letting Eric's voice happen in the background. Not really listening to Herman. Well, you know what, Herman? I'm not really talking. So that makes us even. What I'm doing is I'm just saying, let's push the autopilot on the sound making. And that should just be adequate for now. You don't believe me? What? I am so offended. Why do you find it so hard to believe that I built a robot that can talk in my stead, and or this is all just AI maybe? It's amazing how good AI has become. This is the best example of all. Artificial intelligence, Eric. Someday artificial intelligence will be able to replicate me very successfully because there's so much data for them to draw from. Eric ate some grub and is ruminating. Yeah. It is interesting to think that one of the advantages, potentially, if you consider it such, of leaving such a large digital footprint is that AI could, it could be an AI Eric that's more or less indistinguishable from real Eric from other people's perspectives who just encounter me as a voice and or a face on their screen or what have you. AI Rick pronounced Eric. Right. Well, I don't know if they'll have any reason to actually make an AI Rick or not, but uh, if their decision to like if somebody decided to make an AI replication of a person and the decision was predicated on who's a good candidate based on the amount of digital footprint that they have, well then I'd obviously be a good candidate for that. That might be a reason to choose me. But it's conceivable also that some interested party, like a loved one, say after I died, or conceivably me while I'm still alive, even would like pay for somehow facilitate and cause to happen this project. I'm currently scraping your typing videos and AI turn the unstructured transcripts into structured data. I already told you that though, but not recreating you. Jimmy Snow over on the line showed an AI Jimmy opening for the show. It was not easy to tell Jimmy it was not Jimmy, but AI. Yeah, well, I guess they're getting better at it, you know. Probably the most challenging bit is the video part of it as well. So it's like, whereas if I'm thinking about emulating an AI emulation of Eric, what's what would be salient from my perspective is the accuracy of the words, the voice, and the correctness of like how I would actually reply to things, right? Like emulating my actual response to these kinds of prompts. There are a finite number of prompts that people present in the world. You could classify them in various ways and so forth. The AI would have multiple examples of how I react when somebody brings up the subject of Mia and have a range of none of those reactions would be exactly the same as the other, but they give you a good range of possibilities and so forth, you know. I'm not worried about them cloning me in the real world, Dr. Red Taco. If they were to clone me, it still wouldn't be like me because it would have its own set of experiences. We're not even sure if personality type is like genetic like that. I guess if you have an exact genetic replica of somebody, even more than identical twins, maybe? Is cloning more than identical twins? I'm not sure that personality is even encoded in, in a way that would reflect the same personality in a clone.
Smile's still going on.
Yeah, it is. How are you?
Good. Just got off the phone with Kimi.
You have a nice conversation?
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, the thing is, I don't think it's fair to say that personality is entirely environmental at all. In fact, I think that the kinds of personality that we're talking about is very much non-environmental and is, inborn or very close to birth that you have this personality type. So, like, your habits of paying attention, just like your handedness, whether or not you're right-handed or left-handed, it has nothing to do with your environment. It's just how you are. Nevertheless, it might be the case that you grow up left-handed in a group that thinks there's left-handed people are the devil, and so you have to pretend to be right-handed all the time. It's gonna.
It's a Roman Catholic. They
They think that's yeah.
Yeah, they think that the left. They used to. My parents would say that if you were left-handed, they would smack your hand with a ruler, so that you would right-handed.
Well, so it's like that's gonna impact how that personality, like how the left-handed person's understanding of their left-handedness and their life or whatever is going to impact those things. But it's not the cause of nor the solution to their left-handedness. So the thing about personality type is um, you can see somebody like Rachel who's got a personality type that's both inconsistent with that of both of her parents and put her in a challenging situation in the sense of she was with two parents who either used SI as a tool function or had it as an absolute value in the third slot. And she was dealing with a lot of TE, namely TE Dom and TE4, her dad. And she was TE Polar and SI 8th. So, what's the worst thing for an INFJ's attentional habits if you want to say, like, in terms of being understood? Well, her mom's anti-polar, she's an anti-dom. So that made for a challenging situation at home. But it's not the same for every INFJ. Some INFJs are in homes where their parents are both intuitives, or where at least it's not quite as, and or at least where neither of them has her dominant function as their blind spot or such.
Or like SI, I could feel like Johnny, even though it's just one line, like Mama said don't fall in love again. She remembers all that I forget. Makes me think that she has SI front stack.
Right.
Um,
And the other thing is, if it were environmental in any sense, you would have expected Rachel to turn out the opposite of how she turned out, like to be more in line with what her parents are and the environment rewarded expected. If it was environmental at all, it would be anti-responsive. Like, and some there have to be some mechanism by which she, instead of turning out in ways that are inherently adapted to the environment, she turned out in ways that are non-adapted to it. Hi, simple girl. Nice to see you.
Hi, simple girl.
Your cousin's having a get together for the game. Her team is the Seahawks. It'll be Broncos and Seahawks for the Super Bowl. Well, I was surprised to see that the line on the Broncos game is only 3.5 points.
No, that is.
I would have thought it was more than that. So the experts are saying it's going to be a close game, even though the Broncos are on their backup quarterback. Um, I don't even know what his name is. They keep referring to him as such. I don't know who their backup quarterback is or whether he's any good or whatever. I do know that it wouldn't be unprecedented for a backup to step up in a big game and leave a mark like Frank Reich. Frank Reich? Is that his name? Right? His last name was Reicht, I think. He was a backup for the Bills who came in a huge game to take over for, I think, Jim Kelly in a huge game and won that playoff game, like, in impressive fashion. So one imagines that Broncos backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham. Oh, somebody answered that question. I didn't know what that. Dr. Red Taco, sorry once again for not responding to you today. I didn't understand what that was. You were answering the question about his backup quarterback. I don't know. I've never even heard of this guy before. Stidham is a seventh-year veteran who re-signed with Denver on a 2-year contract. Does he only serves as a backup his whole career or something? Previously started 2 games for the Broncos in 2023. He hasn't thrown a pass since 2023. Wow. Well, then how are you going to know how he's going to play or how good he is or anything? Nobody has any data on him, right? Hi, Felipe Ortega. How you doing? I mean, AI should be able to emulate, at least maybe not with video or whatever, but emulate the process of how I ask questions. It should be able to predict like how I would follow up and what those things would mean and such. It was that seems a tricky one. I don't know. He practices with them. Well, that's encouraging. I'm glad to hear that um, he he gets to practice with the with the regular football team, like being instead of being relegated to the kids table or whatever. That's encouraging. He practices with them. I mean, It's like you would think that the Broncos would have actually wanted to get their backup quarterback some playing time during the year. They must have been up, they must have been ahead enough in the games at some point to put their backup in. It's weird they never played him at all. He holds the ball and he pump fakes. Whatever happens is going to be a surprise because nobody knows anything about him, right? Like nobody has any data on him. If, if he does terribly, that'd be a surprise. If he does great, that'd be a surprise too. Hello, Johnny Doe. How you doing? Am I drunk again? I don't get drunk. I'm not a drinker. I don't drink. Alcohol and I are ninkety nink. I'm drunk on yawns, maybe. It is. I am in need of playing some more violins as well. Before I pull them, I'm gonna grind. I'm gonna get up and grind. They keep trying to get him to throw the freaking ball, but he just holds on to it. Still, he was a good value pick. Doesn't fumble. That's the key thing. We're waiting for him to complete a pass. And it's been a few years. You know what, Ruben? Projects like this guy take time. Okay? It's his 7th year now in the league. And from what everybody can tell, pretty much he's been nurtured and moved along in this process so that he can blossom right now. That's when the true late bloomers blossom, is in their 7th year in the league. A lot of the great quarterbacks in history worked out like that, where they were kind of like a nobody for 7 years, but then all of a sudden they blossomed into the history's greatest quarterback. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Montana was like that, maybe. Maybe John Elway was also like that, I think. This guy's like Brock Purdy. If after drafting him last of all the draft picks, then used for 7 years. It might be the case that when they did unshelve him, as they will Sunday, that he would shine in all his glory. And I want you to know that by Monday morning, I believe that the name, what's his name again? That the name Jarrett Stidham will be synonymous with victory. Kurt Warner was bagging groceries. Yeah, absolutely. I believe in Jarrett Stidham. I believe in him and his ways. The only reason why he's not been utilized more heretofore is because the Broncos didn't need heretofore to unleash their secret weapon. Kurt's wife was a real character? Tell me, I'm curious. What kind of stuff was Mrs. Warner up to? Isn't Kurt Warner like super Christian or something? I think he might be super Christian. A lot of those football people are quite Christian. I think there's this certain quality of go-getterism that links to certain kinds of Christianity or expressions thereof. Not the kind of Christianity I have, obviously. Unfortunately, I wish I had caught that kind of Christianity. Kind of makes you successful at things. I got the other kind of Christianity, the regular kind. uh, you know, it doesn't make you successful at things. Kurt's wife was very outspoken, had mohawk like hairdos, and was a former Marine. Huh. What would be shocking is if Kurt Warner were super Christian and his wife was super atheist. And he was like, well, I believe I'm going to convert her one day. And she was like the same. She was like, I believe I'll convince him to stop believing in God one day. That would be a reality show I'd watch. A very Christian man marries a very atheist woman, and both of them steadfastly assert that the relationship is that they will convince the other of their position. That would be an interesting reality show to watch. Like, uh, like the lady comes home from work, like, oh my God, Darren. In this case, we're detaching this from Kurt Warner at this point, okay? Oh my God, Darren. I had the roughest day at work. God, huh? Am I to take it now? You acknowledge that God is real, otherwise, you wouldn't have said that. It's like, Darren, can I talk about anything with you without you and your faith getting in the way? No, I meant rationally, oh my God. It's just a term of art. She's Christian famous, to use her words. So they're both Christians.
It's subjective, okay?
Yeah? Being Christian famous is subjective. Um, is there probably is a demographic of Christians who have their own famous people and like, oh, you know, Marty Jim's over there.
Is it Kirk Cameron?
Kirk Cameron.
Yeah.
Right. Kirk Cameron's a Christian celeb, but he's also a regular celeb. They probably have a fair number of Christian celebs that aren't even regular celebrities. People like, who are big evangelists or something. They're called Texans. Texans, huh? Philip Rivers has 9 or 10 kids. Is he super Christian too? I like it when people have 9 or 10 kids and then complain about overpopulation in the world. I think that's a good thing to do. Seems like that's something a lot of these weird people who have shit tons of money and lots of kids, they like to complain about global population numbers while also having all those kids. They're not wrong about global population numbers, but they are obviously deaf to the hypocrisy. Of course, not. There's plenty of rich and famous people who don't have a lot of kids, but it seems like at least some of them, like Madonna or Angelina Jolie, they want to collect them for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
go adopt them from here or there. Like, why, lady? What are you doing? Just, don't you already have a couple of kids? Why are you going and adopting more children? Because I love them so much. Uh huh. Somehow I just don't think that Madonna, for example, would ever provide any kind of good, healthy maternal love for anybody. Because it's not inconceivable, but it seems very unlikely to me. She seems to exemplify for me the impressively paradoxical quality of T.E. Dom, or P.E.N.I. probably. But this thing where her FE is terrible, but she was able to make all this stuff that was very successful and it was reliant on her perception management stuff. It's like a TENI workaround of FE, you know? Or I guess the fact that what might work on a media level is a identity construct or something just doesn't work on an individual level. You like see any like you actually look at her talking to people or interacting with others in public. It's hard to watch. Just because, from an FE kind of cringe perspective with their fake English accent and stuff. I wonder how old she is now. She's got to be, I would say, in her 70s. She's probably like 10 or 15 years older than me. Do you think Madonna is? Or what? Maybe she's not the same age as me at all.
15 years, maybe?
Yeah, 15 years older than me. Put her late 60s. Or...
Let's see. 67.
67. She turned 68 in August.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Madonna. You know what I have to say to you? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You did a couple of okay-ish things, I guess, in terms of musical contributions. A couple of songs here or there that people always will remember and probably sing along with and so forth. Songs such as Borderline. What did you think I was going to say, Like a Virgin? No, Borderline's a better song. Worthy of. Worthy of some recognition and such. As I keep on pushing my love over the borderline. Pew, pew, pew. Keep pushing it. Keep pushing. Keep pushing my love. That was pretty good song. There are plenty of other songs by her. I don't know if you wrote those songs or did you have a writer or what. But like that's something you'll remember for sure. Like Papa Don't Preach. I wouldn't really call it a good song, you know. It's but it has the quality of being, you know, a distinct thing that has a clear identity that you remember and all those kind of things. It's not a track anybody would probably put on their list of songs they want to listen to. What's that song? Move to the music, man. Yeah, there's that song. Is it Vogue, maybe? I I can't even really sing that song, Vogue, but I know that it was popular. Material Girl. That's a pretty good song. That is a pretty good song. You seem like a George Michael guy. I agree. Um, I do like some George Michael stuff. I like Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. I don't, man, and I'm flying solo. I also like Faith by George Michael. I like that Christmas song with his. And I I know there's more stuff, but I can't think of it. Like a Prayer. Is that a Madonna song? I can't think how it goes. I remember at the time it came out, the video for Papa Don't Preach was somewhat controversial. I don't remember what year that was, probably like 87 or something. Like a Prayer is. Meow, 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 meow. I can almost hear it. I can almost hear it in my head, Ruben. I don't quite have it locked in place, but I can almost hear it.
And
I
I'm
would.
on my knees. I wanna take you there in the midnight hour. I can feel your power.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a pretty good song right there. That's a pretty good one. So she's actually got quite a few good songs. Well, my question is though, did she write those songs or what?
I don't know.
It seems like she must have had to hire somebody to write for her, but I could be wrong. She seems like such a TE dom though that I would believe that she was good enough to determine which songs were good songs or hits. But I find it hard to believe that she's such a TE dom that she wrote those songs. It kind of seems like a top down TE project all the way through. You know, Power of the Hairline is I Didn't know that there was power in that. If so, then I've got power up to here. They call me the Yawner, King of the Yawns. Like a Prayer was co-written by Madonna and producer Patrick Leonard. Leonard composed the core musical track, and then Madonna wrote the lyrics, melodic ideas, shaping the song's theme structure and themes. Okay, well, fair enough. I do believe that she could write the lyrics and such because they are very cynical, like crafted for resonance with an audience in certain ways. Did Alec T hit a grand slam before he left? I mean, I think he hit plenty of grand slams tonight. It's unfortunate that there has to be a person voicing wrongness, you know. I mean, I could always produce examples of wrongness myself and point out why they're wrong and such, but that's not usually what happens. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there. That means she wants to suck his dick. In the midnight hour, I can feel your power. Just like a prayer, you know I'll take you there. Wow, Madonna. You filthy whore. Yeah, I think she's an ENTJ. That's what I think. You filthy, filthy whore. You're on your knees and you want to take him there. Madonna. My goodness. You know, don't blame me about, this profanity and facing your kids' ears, teabag. Blame Madonna. It's all her fault. I didn't know that was such a. It's called, but really it should be called I'm giving you a blowjob. I had no idea, you know. I didn't expect to discover that at all today. Madonna, you're a real wizard of wordcraft, you know. I gotta say, uh, you did a pretty great job there. You think you've had this realization before, but then forgot it? That's pretty funny. She will take him there. What she means is she will take him by the hand and lead him to church, where he will kneel beside her and they will both pray. Obviously. learn things sometimes with those kind of realizations, you know. I've got a good example of mine was when I realized one day that happiness is a warm gun is about sex, you know. I had never realized that before. It's not about a gun at all. Some other song I had some realization like that about not that long ago, but I can't remember what it was. I almost remember where I was when I had the realization too. That's SI for you, right? Like I think it was right as we were turning from Dara onto the highway. And I must have heard some song at that moment, and I was like, "Oh, that's." I just realized that's what that meant. Well, I mean, I didn't realize that about happiness and warm ground until I don't know a couple years ago, at most recent. So I spent my whole life just not thinking about it or assuming it was about a gun. No, show me, yeah, that's not what the lyric says. Yeah, that is the smoking gun, Ruben. That's what made me realize it one day. Wait a second, your trigger. That's the wrong possessive adjective. Ah, intuition. Was Shake Me by Cinderella written from Detox Experience or S&M? That has puzzled me for years. I don't know the song at all, nor am I particularly familiar with the band. Prince played the guitar on what track? Yeah, right. I mean, I guess the implication would be happiness is a warm gun because you're all done shooting. This is if we take it as a regular gun, right? And presumably you've done all of the shooting business that you need to do and finished shooting all those people and then
Doesn't like say when my hand is on your trigger?
yes. And that Ruben was saying was the giveaway for him
Oh.
that it was about sex, which is also the giveaway for me. I'm saying if we do evaluate happiness with a warm gun as a like literally about guns, then I guess the reasoning would be you're happy that it's warm, meaning that it's after you're done shooting those people. And so you're basically trying to say like a cold gun is a cold gun. So that's to answer the question about the warmth thing, Ruben. Just the fact that it's warmth and being interested in that is not necessarily eliminate it being about actual guns. Cinderella Shake Me. 576,000 subscribers to the band Cinderella. Aren't they one of those like dress up hair bands? Like, I don't know, Poison? Ruben says if we're assuming it's about a gun, a reasonable conclusion is this guy 100% fucks guns. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm assuming yes, Poison and Cinderella are basically the same band. I wonder with those bands like Poison Cinderella. If some of them persisting to this day, probably, if they still get dressed up like that. Hello, old human. I'm a stick man. You're not just any stick man, you're a purple stick man. That distinguishes you from the stick men of other colors. Do you advocate strongly that purple stick men is the master race of stick men? For those who speak English, purple stick man? Apparently, he seems to be doing so right now. Oh, well, bye. Goodbye, purple stick man. Thanks for stopping by. Those kind of interactions make me question, like, are we occupying the same universe? Eric, when did you or Rachel watch Sandlot? I've watched it. Have you seen Sandlot?
Yeah, I think the first time I saw it, I was at my grandma Lapalos's house, and I was like 11, 12, maybe.
I don't remember when I saw it, but I have seen it. Reuben R. lost his virginity watching Sandlot. You know what, Jimmy? I don't think that you would be privy to that information, to be honest. And knowing that does not make me want to rewatch it
No.
any more than I otherwise would. It might be worth a rewatch because I don't remember it at all. I think it's about some children playing baseball.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm not averse to that concept for a movie. Some children playing baseball. That seems fine enough for the concept for me.
Yeah, it is.
But
I think they probably have it on YouTube to rent. Yep. Yep, Acacia. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, sir. Dude, the song's Run for Your Life and Wait. Run for your life. You better run for your life if you can, little girl. Hide your head in the sand, little girl.
Wait.
That's a. Oh, that's what Wait is. Thank you. I was going to say, I don't know that song. Wait till I come back to your side and you get the things behind.
I feel so.
And I've been through as good as I can be. Meow, 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 meow. And I love you too. Meow, 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 meow. It's been a long meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's a great song. Yeah. That's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
They have got just incredible songs. Lots of incredible songs. I'm glad you reminded me of that song, pointed out its greatness. I'm already familiar with the greatness of Run for Your Life. It's a song I've.
Run for your life, you can, girl.
Yeah.
Hide your head in the sand, girl. Catch you with another man. That's the end of little girl.
Boom, 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 boom. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, right. No, I didn't listen to the rest of this. But I like it a lot. the song, there's a certain melody part at the begin, start at the very beginning that reoccurs later in the song that seems so promising, but the rest of the song, it just, it's not, it's it's not up to snuff with that part, right? Like the song wants to be something based on that initial melody line, which actually sounds like super modern, super contemporary sounding, but it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, bit unfinished. Well, it just kind of conceptually,
It sounds early.
yeah. Huh?
It sounds like early stuff, when they maybe didn't have enough experience, like, like how some people, like, it sounds more raw, like.
Right. It doesn't seem like an idea that's been fleshed out and made into the whole thing it's supposed to be. Sounds like one idea and then some other random stuff. At the beginning of it's great. I agree. That melody line at the beginning of it is great, and um, it also sounds super contemporary. It doesn't sound dated at all. The melody line. Flush it for him. Flushed it for him. Flush it for him. They have highly resonant moments separated by stuff that isn't as much. Yeah. Well, yeah, it takes a certain tolerance for extroverted intuition that I don't really have in music as a listener in music. I have almost an allergy to it. Just, like extrovert intuition that's not serving an NI hole will bother me. Like, stop yanking your yiskits, Captain Random. Stop yanking your yiskits, Captain Random, is a good way to sum up my anti NE sentiment in music.
Mm.
What I think I did with music just instinctually growing up is eat my vegetables. What does that mean? You listen to the right kind of things. You ask the right questions. You got the right answers. Ride the wave of the dopamine from the super resonant parts to the next one. Oh, I see. Well, I did listen to, plenty of bad music in my life and for various reasons, especially when I was younger. I might listen to music for reasons other than it being good.
Yeah, I think isn't that most kids,
Probably. Yeah.
Listen to what your parents listen to on the radio.
Yeah. And like, I remember at a certain point internalizing this idea that it'd be good to listen to like jazz or something because that's what fancy people do.
Mm.
Which is not that's not a good reason to listen to music. That's because that's what fancy people do.
I tried to listen to classical music because people said it was easy to study to, and I just like.
Well, that's a practical reason to make some sense. There is it. If you're gonna listen to music and study at the same time, probably classical music is best.
It's true, but also lo-fi beats are pretty good to study.
Oh, lo-fi beats! I forgot about lo-fi beats. Forgot all about lo-fi
Are you
beats.
making fun of me?
No, I think that was a great point out to something that they say on YouTube all the time.
Oh, do they? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's kind of like I thought you were sort of making a referential joke to the common video thing, like
Oh
lo-fi beats to
no.
study to.
They really, no, I was just saying they do say like lo-fi beats are commonly,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I've never actually listened to that. I've never thought about
I can
listening to that.
I
But
can concentrate more during that than classical for some reason.
Dr. Red Taco, I did grow up with MTV videos. You know, I it maybe even started off with a music video show that was local to Los Angeles even before MTV, or maybe concurrent with MTV. I remember watching that some, but yeah, I remember watching MTV from the outset through until it got ridiculous, I guess, until it stopped having any music videos or anything like that. But yeah, I remember me and my friends watching it. I remember watching it at Chris Morrow's house, and I remember like early on getting frustrated that they weren't playing enough videos, like enough music videos. There's always a bunch of stuff going on MTV besides music videos. Didn't they at some point make a channel like MTV for music videos?
I think so.
Days of MTV are history. Imagine they contact me and they think I'm show media. I think anybody would think that you're show media, yeah. Eric, what's up? You still here? I am still here. Still queer. Still don't want any more bears.
I wonder if I use the term irony right. Like, um, keeping up with the Kardashians snark Reddit was saying that Chris should never have had kids, and I said the irony is that she had six.
Yeah, that's fine. That'd be a fine usage of it. Basically saying she should have had 0 kids. Ironically, she had 6.
Yeah, yeah.
You might potentially come up with other words you could use there, like unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah.
Is a black heart racist? No. It's presumably indicative of mourning, I would guess. I'm not really sure what would cause them to use the black heart symbol there. In case you don't know, show media, black people's hearts are not black. They're regular colored. What's the regular color of a heart? I don't know. What do I look like? A heart color expert? I just know that they're not black, okay? That's all I know. I hear red, but that's probably just a rumor. Could be pink, could be pinkish peach. Waiting for this storm. Snow post 2 feet. Supposed to get 2 feet of snow today. I see Argilla Senecori 87. I am jealous. We're not getting any precipitation at all. Skies are clear. No precipitation projected in the near future as far as I can tell. And I precipitation, but also January, February is like our best chances to get snow. I like to get snow here. We would get snow probably if we had a storm come through. But instead of storm, what do we get? No storm. The absence of storm. Instead of either rain or snow, we get neither. Oh well. The year started off pretty good in terms of wetness. The last storm we had, especially, was a very lot of rain. But to feel like we're we're water plentiful in the state, California really needs to get a good snowpack built up, especially in January and February. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like this year we're going to get that. So it's great that we got all that rain, which was a lot, you know, and that's I guess like that's good enough if that's all we ended up getting. But the lack of snowpack is unfortunately like links to water levels getting lower later in the year when because the less snowpack is, then the less time that it continues to feed into streams and stuff. I guess ultimately all that water either goes into the ground used by people for various things or flows down and eventually to the ocean. So like the time release of water from snow matters. Demand's pretty constant, but supply isn't. More snow means more consistent, more reliable supply. Other digestive issues, oh no. So I will be wrapping up this stream at some point. At some point called Conclusion Station.
Conclusion station.
The end stop of all live stream voyages. What's the opposite of all aboard? All get off. Colorectal cancer and tongue cancer are related. Facts I don't want to know. For 100. I was kidding. Google you took that too seriously. Your head's up your ass too long. I see. If your head's up your ass too long, you get tongue cancer. I see. All I know is if my head were up my ass, I'd keep my mouth closed. That way I wouldn't get any inside butt inside of my mouth. Hmm. In general, cancer is bad. It's an unpleasant thing to think about, unpleasant to talk about. Sometimes people die of it. Sometimes people don't die of it, but have to undergo horrible operations, like Brennan, get part of his brain cut out. Crazy. You'd think they'd be able to figure out how to cure stuff like that by now. I guess we have name for that covers a large different kind of number of things. Like cancer is a general category. I'm sure I don't know much about it, but I'm sure different kinds of cancers have various things about them that make them unique, and perhaps make it such that you have to have some kind of a treatment individuated to that kind of cancer. But to the extent that there's, you know, commonalities of mechanism that could be addressed in some way. It's kind of surprising they haven't successfully cured cancer yet. Hi, Acacia. Do you like broken social scenes anthems for 17-year-old girl? I have no idea what that is. Do you know what that is?
I do know Broken Social Scene, but I don't know the songs.
Is Broken Social Scenes a band?
Mm-hmm.
I see. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. This song thought might be. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. Is is a good example of a sentence that, you know, if you just isolate it without what came before or anything, you'd say, okay, does this mean anything? This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. And people are, it's hard to say what that could possibly mean. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. It's a good sentence, regardless. This song thought might be familiar. Whoops. It may become the iconic sentence of 2026. As before long, everybody be saying it.
I feel like this meme goes towards INFJs. Born to be a hater, but forced to understand where you're coming from.
You think you're born to be a
I
hater?
don't think I'm really.
I don't see you as
Sometimes
a
I
hater.
feel like a hater.
Well, I guess maybe. What would you feel like a hater about exactly? Like, I guess somebody else has better taste in clothes than you or something?
No. I'm a hater of celebrities who lie. Yeah.
That's not really being a hater.
I feel like I'm a hater.
A hater is like somebody's better than you at something you think you're good at,
True,
and then you
true.
don't like their shit or whatever. I don't think you're a hater. I think you're a wonderful lady. Everything is groomed and bald now. I missed the challenge of getting to the goods. Everything is groomed and bald now. I missed the challenge of getting to the goods. I'm not sure what that means. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Mind your own damn business. That really should be the next lyrics in that song. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Mind your own damn business. You want to cry for me, Argentina? I'll give you something to cry about. Here. Here's a video of baby animals as their mother gets shot by a hunter. There. All right. Lay it on thin, Argentina. You got fat pickings. This song thought might be familiar, whoops. Alright. Lay it on thin, Argentina, because this song thought might be familiar, whoops. Thought might be familiar, whoops. So, Rachel, I'm sorry if I didn't respond to the thing you showed me as.
I don't remember.
Okay, cool. You're not thinking about that, in other words.
No.
Cool. You know, in general, I do realize I could be more considerate, think more about, like, I guess just for me, put myself in Rachel's shoes somewhat better than I do typically. I periodically hear this little chirp sound, but it sounds like a smoke detector chirp, but it's not as quite as loud or horrible as that. I wonder what it is. I thought maybe it's from an upstairs bedroom with the door closed or something, but I don't think it is because I don't hear it that regularly, and I think it'd be louder than that. Oh, sure, I could go up there and see. You and your solutions. I'm musing right now. I don't need to have your, well, here's your answer kind of stuff. I'm what you might call answer resistant. Anyway, chirpity chirp, chippity chap. What do you say about this and that? Go to bed, bro. Get some good sleep. Forget YouTube. Well, Dr. Disaster, you certainly have your perspective on things, don't you? Mouse to tuck? I'm sorry, my mind is just on Bush now. I'm not sure what that means. We love you, bro. Take care of yourself. Yeah, I don't really think that you're being very honest about loving me, but that's fine. I mean, Dr. Disaster. I respond to a variety of things that people say. And different kinds of engagement might be called trolling, but I don't necessarily have a goal discouraging that particular kind of behavior. I could always hide somebody if I wanted to. Oh my God, it's cold out here. I gotta go inside. It's too fucking cold out here. Oh, I get the shivers. Oh. Oh. It's so cold. Feed the squirrels. Thank you, Acacia. We don't hear it enough. Like you say, Dr. Disaster, I think you're doing wonderful, wonderful work. You should be very proud of yourself. Hi, Jonathan Carpenter. How you doing? That's a 10-4, good buddy. Mr. never knew how much I missed it. That's a 10-4, good buddy. That's a 10-4, good buddy. No, what? It's a 10-4, good buddy. Do you like some lamb? It's a 10-4, good buddy. Do you know who I am? A 10-4, good buddy. A 10-4. 10-4, good buddy. 10-4, good buddy. 10-4, good buddy. Put some trucks on the road. Let's go. I just looked. I said tit to 10-4, good buddy. A tit to 10-4, good buddy, good buddy. 10-4 on the road in our trucks. It don't seem to matter too much, but I got this to say to you in case you forget. One last time, in case it's the last time we ever met, but here I have for you the words you long to understand. I tell you what, listen to me, man. I tell you this, a 10-4, good buddy. Yeah, a 10-4, good buddy. What's going on? Driving down the road in our trucks. I gotta tell you just what I think. I think one thing above all else, I think, yeah, 10-4, good buddy. Good buddy, let me just say this to you, a 10-4. A long time ago, people, it would be okay to use a couple of other numbers like, I don't know, maybe 6 and 8, or 7 and 3, or 1 and 2, for goodness sakes. But who are me to explain their reasoning on this? Because it was obvious to everybody, there's only one true answer to the question of those numbers. That's right, that answer was 10-4, good buddy, 10-4. This is the answer you've been longing for. A 10-4, good buddy, 10-4. for good, buddy. 10 for a 10 motherfucking 4. Good, buddy. I call that classic hit 10 for good, buddy. I hope everybody enjoyed it. And I hope everybody got the central metaphor there, which is, hey, together, united, we can't be beat. Nothing can stop us. We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but for reasons I can't explain. We should go to the moon. Why? To see what's there. All right, I guess. I mean, can we look at it from here? No, we need to go there. We need to go there. We need to see what's going on there. I'm pretty sure there's nothing going on there.
What?
The moon.
Oh yeah.
Man, if you want to go to the moon, see what's going on there. Well, I'm telling you, there's nothing going on there. Thanks, Ruben R., for saying that was inspired. You know what's not inspired? This idea that we should go to the moon.
Or Mars.
Going to Mars is even less inspired. Driver going eastbound. You got a black eye. That's what all the truck drivers say, you know. 10 for good buddy. On their CB radios. There used to be a thing that was like super cool. I remember when I was, I don't know, maybe 10 years old or something. Like looking at, I think it must have been some kind of magazine ad for CB radio. This is how it is in my memory. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cool. You could like talk to all the truckers, you could hear them talking and stuff. Like now it seems strange. Like, why would I think that's so cool? But yeah, this is back in the days of communicative isolation, landlines and such. I also thought walkie-talkies were super cool when I was a kid. Walkie-talkies, wow. It's like we could be playing on opposite ends of the street so we could like communicate with each other. Nowadays, it seems like kids aren't going to be that excited by walkie-talkies. Just be like, or, hear me out, we could just use our phones. I know. Revolutionary concept, but right? How many walkie-talkies do they sell these days? What possible communication do you need to have that's enabled by walkie-talkies best? There must be some kind of, yeah. I mean, I guess it's like you can have that channel open all the time and hear this on this thing on your side and such. I mean, you could just get a text, right? Why are you? Why am I walkie-talkieing? There's a bit of a difference, I suppose, to having a constant open channel of communication versus a phone. Like, I guess you can have multiple people on a walkie-talkie channel, right? So it's kind of like all day long open party call that everybody could presumably do on their phones as well, but people wouldn't want their phones occupied with that thing all the time. You're still puzzled by it, huh? You're talking about human reproduction, the birds and the bees. I've used them in areas with no cell service. I've used walkie-talkies before, or CB radios. They're called two-way radios now. Yeah, that's cool. Like something like that in areas where there's no cell service. That makes sense. Orange traffic barrels. Somehow this is getting completely out of context here because I have no idea what this could possibly be prompted by. Schneider eggs. Well, good for Schneider eggs. I'm glad to know that they have such a robust distribution network. Congratulations on your commercial success, Schneider eggs. CB radios are only useful in areas with truck traffic. Huh. Prompted by CB terminology trucker slang, including, of course, 10-4, good buddy. I wonder if good buddy is a general term or they distinguish between qualities of buddy. Sometimes some people they call bad buddy. Some people they call medium buddy or just regular, just unqualified buddy. No adjective in front of it. That's a 9 or finer. That means something in CB talk, probably. You always thought walkie-talkie was fun. Well, you were wrong, Acacia. You were wrong on both counts. Tin can phone is not fun because you can't hear properly. Walkie-talkies are only fun in areas where no cell service. Citizen Band, I saw that on Jeopardy. How was my day today? It was good. I had a good day. I got up and watched some of this show that I got really hooked into. It's this older show, I guess, called Fallen Sky. Fallen Skies? It stars Noah Wiles. You may be familiar with him from some other show. I think maybe ER. I guess you got to try him again. Watch some of that, then I remembered my plan to take mushrooms today, which I did a good job of implementing. And I had a nice mushroom trip, and then here we are. Here we are now, at the end of the mushroom trip. Those Smokey and the Bandit movies were super duper popular and spawned a rash of pop culture trends. Everybody tried talking on the CB, and we all discussed our handles. When's the last time you guys went to a farmer's market or laid on a blanket in the park? Well, I don't think either of us want to lay on a blanket in the park at all, but
If you really have to.
yeah, it's like we went to an outdoor concert this past summer, and I remember. I don't remember what we did with this. Did we bring chairs?
We brought
We
chairs.
brought
'cause
chairs,
I,
yeah.
like, have been to concerts outside in parks. Knew chair was the way to go.
Yeah. Rachel and I aren't really that into that stuff. It does benefit us to go out and touch grass a little bit more than we do, but um, it's not inherently better to be more out in the world experiential than it is to be more about the the world of meanings and words and such. Park plus park blanket. I don't know what that means. I cannot decipher that. I.e. greater than park plus park blanket. I have no idea what that means. I'm not even talking about that 70s show. Listen, those people are horrible. That's one of the worst things about laying a blanket on the ground is actually not even about you and your comfort. It's about after the fact you pull it back, pick the things stuck in the bottom of it. You're never going to get them out, etc. It's generally ill-advised to lie down outside for a variety of reasons. You got a perfectly serviceable bed inside the house. Oh, it's a heart? I heart park plus park blanket. Oh, okay, well, to each their own, Acacia. I'm not saying it's wrong to like to lie down in the park on a blanket. It's just not me and Rachel's thing. Also, it is wrong to do that. For the reasons I articulated, mostly because of the blanket. Your blanket's going to get so dirty. Another reason for no bush, though. I don't know what that means. I heart lying down. Acacia, nobody can dispute the virtues of lying down, okay? Nobody's trying to negate that lying down is a wonderful thing. I'm just pointing out, think about your poor blanket. Think about your poor blanket. You take one intentionally for outside. I see you have an outside blanket that you're fine getting all dirty. I hope you're consistent about which side goes down every time. Otherwise, really, why even bring a blanket? Why not just lie in the dirt and roll around and get all dirty? A blanket on the floor is dirty, on the bed or on the grass. I mean, I don't think the blanket on the bed is dirty. I mean, it may get dirty from your human dirt, right? But it's not going to get dirty from the leaves and the dirt and the grass. Oh, it's just on grass now, Acacia. I see. Changing your story, huh? Now it's just on the softest of grasses that leave no stain on your blanket. The dirt and pre-used grass blanket ain't the same. Pre-used grass blanket. How is it pre-used? All right, Acacia, you're right. I was wrong in my characterization there. Your story didn't change. But the term pre-used grass blankets, I think you should put it on eBay with that title. Pre-used grass blankets. Because you said better keep track which side touches the grass, right? Oh, so you're saying it doesn't matter which side touches it because they're both covered in grass? You have grass on both sides of your blanket? Then why even have a blanket? Just be right on the grass yourself. It doesn't make any sense to avoid touching the grass by having a blanket between you.
Wait, you really don't believe in having a blanket?
No, I'm just saying to Acacia, if she's gonna take a blanket outside the line of the grass, she should have one side consistently down. But she's saying no, it's not because she's trying to keep grass off of her, it's because it's soft.
Oh. Those are two different.
So my mistake, Acacia. I thought you were trying to keep grass off of you. And that was my faulty assumption. Just having a lovely bed in the grass. Fair enough.
But then, like, wouldn't there have to be an assigned blanket for the?
No, she does have an assigned
Oh,
blanket,
wow.
a designated outside blanket. But I was thinking, okay, well that's fine as long as you keep the same side down all the
It's
time.
tough.
Right, and she said it doesn't even matter because she doesn't care if she gets
Sorry,
grass
Trouble.
on her.
Jeez, like
Then
this is not
make
my
him move
spin.
and kick him away or something. Or put your chair go up so then he'll move like that.
I'll hit him in the butt.
Yeah. It's time for you to move, mister. Move along. Move away. What a stubborn kitty.
Oh my gosh!
He
That's
still,
like a
he
meme.
still wants to sit there underneath your thing.
It's like a meme, really. Like a vine of a kitty who's just.
He still won't move. You want me to move him?
Trouble, come on.
Oh, what a silly boy.
Swiped at me, but you're just like not in the best spot.
Yeah, you need to move, dude.
Oh, whoa, he's like really. Don't go after me. Thank you.
He wants to sit like right by your feet and be super in the
It's
way.
fine.
And then
I dealt with it for a while.
I
That's,
know, and then complain when you kick him and stuff. Obviously, it's not an acceptable thing for you to have to deal with. And that's cats though. Sometimes like they're be super comfortable. Like when trouble sometimes gets on my lap, and I don't want to disrupt him, but
you know how he said that cats like to be pet because it reminds them, or no, well, they need, and then you pet because it's like they're being licked by
their mother. Yeah.
I wonder if Trouble never had that, because like was born and like the mom was like taken away, like because he has no petting skills. Like he doesn't like to be pet. He doesn't need.
I mean, he likes being pet a lot more now than he used to be. But yeah, it was the case that when he first came into the family, he was very much still a tomcat, despite having been clipped. I'm not sure what his childhood was like.
We don't know.
Yeah,
We don't even know really when he started coming around.
Right. All we know is that sometime before he got with us, he got AIDS.
Yeah.
So we can speculate about what he might have been doing, but ticks don't cause stains that I'm aware of. Stains on blanket, no charge. Are you offering free blanket stains? I bet there's not that much of a demand for that service that you're providing. I keep one in my car. You keep one what in your car? Oh, a blanket. Right. An outside blanket. Oh, car. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about that at all. What a nightmare. And I believe I need to send Jared some more money tomorrow for renting a car. Gonna be an additional delay until Thursday regarding the car in Los Angeles and the other things I need to make sure Delilah takes care of too. This is gonna be a rough week. Yeah. Tomorrow is the last pill of Adderall, which I'll take before the typing session or at some point after I get up. Then it's going to be, well, you're not alone, Dr. Disaster. Acacia is a fan of Outside Blanket as well. Personally,
I mean, when I had a car and my parents have I had a blanket probably for the beach.
yeah, understandable. Understandable that one might, in general, have more accommodations for being out in the world when one has a less a home space that's less than wholly fulfilling your needs. We used to have an outside mattress on the roof to watch stars. That seems like a cold place to go to sleep. I'm fucking tired. Gonna take some Geritol and go to bed, man. Well, you do that, teabag. You do that. You have yourself a nice sleep. I'm not too far behind you. I've been saying for a while now the stream's winding down, but I haven't actually gone around to actually end it. Water tastes good. I am not necessarily good about keeping hydrated because, in part, because I drink so very much coffee. Oh, by the way, everybody, um, don't forget to like and subscribe. Good night, Dr. Disaster. YouTube loves you too. Good luck, teabag. Unscrotate if you know what I mean. To unscrotate is, I guess, to relax your scrotum. You're talking about rotating his balls internally. You're talking about scrotal Kegel exercises where you relax and then contract. Relax, contract. It builds up muscles that are critical to the performance of your root chakra. I'm Dr. Eric, not a real doctor. And today, I want to talk to you about my patented series of scrotum exercises. This will ensure that your root chakras don't get horrifyingly entangled like Teabags did. Go take a bed to the roof tonight. Talk to us tomorrow. Good night. Take a bed to the roof. First of all, if we were to put a bed on the roof, it would be so slanty. It's like who can sleep at such a slanty angle? Nobody can sleep at such a slanty angle. It'll be like, oh, this is novel and fun for like 5 minutes. And I'd be like, it's so cold out here. Can we go back inside, please? Re-Kegel. It's weird they brought that up. My INFJ friend told me he actually worried about that for when I was a kid. What about his balls getting entangled? That's a strange thing to worry about. Well, kids do worry about strange things. They worry about very strange things. Like Delilah had this weird fear, apparently, for a while, or belief that if you put in the wrong amount of money into a payphone, this is back when there were still payphones, that it would explode. Where did you get this idea from? I have no idea. But she told me about this eventually. I have no idea how she got the idea, but apparently, like she would be really worried if I went to the payphone or something. I think that's how I came to learn that she believed this. Was one time I was gonna go use a payphone and she was all, concerned about it. The phone company today has implemented a controversial new policy to ensure that people put correct change into the payphones. The spokesman from the phone company says this guarantees that if people use incorrect change, it'll be the last time they ever do something like that. Some of them, it's obvious enough, like why I, as a kid, and probably lots of kids, thought earwigs caused deafness because
I thought so too.
they're called earwigs, so it's about your ear. They have those little pinchers on them, and so you can imagine them pinching your eardrum, which is what I thought was, that's was the mechanism by which they cause deafness. Right. You'd also have somebody in the phone company would have to say, wait, is this helping us to make money? Are we sure about this? Seems like we have to spend a lot of replacing payphones. Well, little kids, they're not thinking about it in those terms, I guess. What are some other strange things that I believed as a kid? Did you show her Doctor Who? Not on purpose. No, I was not a fan of it. I don't remember us ever watching it or anything. I've never been a fan of Doctor Who, really. I do get like the appeal a little bit, but it's gone through so many incarnations, right? It's 11/11, make a wish. I wish for nothing bad to happen.
Me too.
That's not too greedy of a wish. Maybe it is too greedy of a wish.
No. Mr. Krabs making a wish, asking for lots of money would be.
That's too greedy of a wish, yeah. She has her sticky shoes. Who has sticky shoes?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Rachel? You talking about Acacia? And why are her shoes sticky? Did she step in some place on the floor where she'd spilled Coke? I periodically step on sticky spots on the floor
Same.
and I go, oh. Usually I'll clean them in relatively short order. But because I hate like feeling that stickiness, it's like, okay, it's too gross in here now. I've got innumerable yawn syndrome where I just have yawn after yawn after yawn, stretching into infinity. I guess that's nature's way of telling me to go to bed. You know what, nature? Who are you to tell me what to do? I'm not your bitch. What do you mean I am your bitch? Hmm. Okay, well, maybe I'm a little bit your bitch, but listen here, nature, biology, reality, things like that. I got my eye on you. I don't think I like what you've been up to, going on, and I'm not gonna let it just happen without calling you out on it. So maybe I am tired, nature. Doesn't mean you should feel comfortable getting up, telling me to go to. I am defiantly, continually like a little kid. I don't want to go to bed. When I do want to go to bed, of course, that's different. But like, most importantly, I don't want to go to bed when my body tells me to go to bed. Like, sleep is kind of like pooping. When you have to poop, you got to poop then. If you don't, you'll go back up inside and then you'll have another opportunity later, you know. Sleep works like that. I don't want to, just like I don't want to with poops either, but I do a better job with poops than I do with sleep. I don't want to go lie down, go to sleep. We can go to sleep or want to go to sleep. You know, very naturally will sleep best. I want to sleep when I want to sleep. Right, the sleep goes back up inside if you don't sleep when you have the chance to look at stars and stuff. I use my outside blankets way on top of my car to look at stars and stuff. Well, it's 41 degrees outside right now, okay, sure. And it would be a good idea, in general, to lie down if you want to look at the stars so you don't have to go like this the whole time. But personally, once I've looked at the stars for a minute or two, I'm kind of like, yeah, stars, gotcha, sky, twinkle, twinkle, etc. Hey, look at that, it's a shooting star. Oh my gosh, is that a satellite? It's kind of like, you know, what else do you have for me here, Cosmos? Show me something surprising and new. If when I was looking at the stars I ever saw aliens, well, that'd be great. Then that'd be a good reason to go look at the stars for me. If I thought there's a decent chance when looking at the stars I'd see Sasquatch, also good reason to look at the stars. I think if I did see Sasquatch looking into the sky, that would be more surprising than aliens. I'd be like, how is he staying up there? What is Sasquatch even walking on right now? He's doing his classic Sasquatch big arm swing walk. But what's he walking on? Just sky? You go to J Tree for meteor showers. Meteor showers are pretty cool. At least they're like unusual and some actions going on, you know. You can always kind of hope that one of them will be so big that it comes with a big fireball crashing into Earth or something. That'd be exciting. Well, I don't know. I expect a little bit more from my entertainment than just things twinkling in the sky. Oh my goodness. You might as well be walking on the sun. You might as well. All right. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up and watch a little bit more of this TV show that I'm watching, Fallen Skies. Don't tell me the end because I don't know what happens, but I'm guessing that the humans beat the aliens. If a big fireball was crashing into Earth, you'd be balls deep. Balls deep in fireballs. Good night, everybody. I love you. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. And go humans and boo